Thank you for continuing your membership.
If somebody could please develop some kind of an extension for me that would automatically slide the volume down gradually in Spotify from like 75% down to 25%, so that I can set that up on a timer that goes with the rest of my going live button that I've got set up, that'd be great. Because manually doing it every time is just tedious. There's got to be a way to do this. I can't think of what the way to do this would be, but you know. As it stands right now, it seems like that's it. What's going on, folks? What's the way that I start? Like, what is it? Non-binary pals, guys and gals. Welcome back to the Rogue Room. I am your host, the Abigail Beck, the one and only. Okay, there's no others. If you've ever seen anybody else with this name, they are a piss poor imitation of me. So, keep that in mind. Need to pay a fortune to Elgato. There should at least be some kind of extension to go with, like, there should be some kind of extension that a fan or like a, I don't know, a dev, whatever. Just the fact that there isn't already something that does that specific thing
gives me conniptions.
Damn it. If you use the same music for the intro every time, you could make it a video source. You could. You can make it all into a video and then make it fade out. But then the problem is, what I have playing is actually just the stream. Stream Beats by Harris Heller, just the Spotify playlist. So it's on what's it called? It's on shuffle at the moment. So it's just whatever's in the list that comes up, you know. Anywho, allow me to smile and laugh and actually be presentable for a moment. Tonight, folks, I was thinking, I saw something that was somewhat interesting on trans Twitter, which is an interesting thing. Rosie Duffield is an MP in the UK and has expressed some relatively turfy views recently, or transphobic views in general, for those of you who are out of the loop. She has appeared on the podcast of one Graham Lennon, who I'm sure we're all familiar with, Glinner. And I'm honestly intrigued. I want to watch this thing because it's about an hour long and we could react to it. I was thinking we could do that as well as some regular news stuff. But if you are at all interested in listening to this, here's a fun fact. I know of Graham Lennon's opinions on people like me, right? But I don't think I've ever actually heard his voice. And what I've heard of his YouTube channel and his podcast and all that is it's just hundreds and hundreds of hours of him obsessively commenting on trans people. And honestly, I think it's about time we dipped our toes in and found out what that whole mess is all about. I mean, I feel like, I don't know, certain people who have degrees in psychology would have a field day with this man. There's something wrong with him. There's many things wrong with Graham Lennon, and anyway, you'd either need to find a way to legally download them. Well, you can do that, actually. Fun fact. You can just download Stream Beats. It is available on Spotify, which is just more convenient for me personally. However, it does lead to mix-ups where occasionally I'll set up a playlist, I'll add songs to my queue on Spotify, and then as I'm going live on stream, I forget to clear my queue out, and that results in us accidentally playing copyrighted music and me potentially getting DMCA'd. I think we'll be okay. I'm a relatively unknown entity on the internet. Anyway, getting your stuff from Motion Array personally, oh hell yes. Speaking of getting stuff, I got arm warmies. Look, I got arm warmies. They're very, very, they got like that cabled look to them. I don't know. They're so comfy. I can have comfy arms and still show the guns off now. Like, hell yeah, dude. Look at this. Free flex for yous to show off the arm warmies to give me warm armies. Hell yes, it's great, it's awesome. Anyways, what was I going to say? I can't remember. Shall we perhaps look at some news, or maybe like discuss what's been going on today? What have you folks been up to today? What's been happening? Everything changed when the warm armies attacked. Oh, you know what sucks is like, I haven't finished watching Corey yet. I'm pretty close, but I haven't finished watching it yet. Enjoy that, like, Kiara. But I think, sadly, as of tomorrow, it's no longer going to be on Netflix. So I'm going to have to, I think, get a trial to Paramount Plus in order to continue watching it. And I'm not even sure if Korra is going to be immediately on there as soon as it goes off Netflix, which sucks. So that's a thing.
I see
Zorn!
you brought guests. Welcome.
Welcome in,
friends.
Raiders. Welcome in, friends. Welcome to the Rogue Room. I am your host, Abigail Beck, and tonight we are talking turfs. Tonight we're talking turfism. We're going to continue on that discussion, which is always fun. Who loves talking about turfs? Apparently I do, because it's content, and these people are morons. Welcome in. My name's Abigail Beck. We discuss discourse, I suppose. I'm one of those streamers. I talk about things. Generally social issues. I am a social commentator. Anyway, how'd your stream go? Ooh, Animal Crossing. What'd you get up to? What did you get up to? Tell us all about it. I am keen to hear about it. I've actually never played Animal Crossing. Despite the fact that I probably could. I could more than likely borrow my daughter's copy of it and play it on my Switch. But yeah, I've never actually played Animal Crossing. Even when it was the talk of the town and everyone and their mother purchased it. I really should get around to playing it one of these days. But, you know. Had coffee with a cute girl, then went to Dairy Queen, then had a dilly bar. That sounds fucking good, Punky. That sounds awesome. Hell yes. Laughing at the news that the UK government has awarded the Brexit hotline to an Indian company. I'm not sure what any of that means, honestly, is he? Anywho. Sunk quite a few hours into ACNH, not sure how much more you'd play. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like what I've heard about it is it's one of those persistent games. You gotta keep playing it over and over again. Like, they're constantly adding more stuff to it. I don't know how true that is. But what I have heard of Animal Crossing. By the way, are you folks, is anyone able to actually chat? We haven't set the stream to, like, followers only or something yet, have we? I hope not. Followers off, okay. Room is not in followers, okay. I did, oh, actually, on the subject, let's talk about something that's pretty big on the subject of, set it to verify, oh, not verify, okay. Which I did want to talk about. Let's discuss that. Sorry, I forgot about the verified only chat thing. Which, let's take a look at this really quickly. Moderation. Let's talk about why that is. I didn't even think. Give me a second. Oh, okay. Phone number. We'll leave that off for now. Hang on. Let's see. We go. The reason that was on, I was experimenting with it before I was checking out the settings and I forgot to fiddle with it. Today we're putting more power in the hands of the community by enabling phone verified chat. Now creators and mods can require viewers to verify their account via phone number or email, which we've proven is useless, before they can chat. So for more information, review the blog and then we'll take a look here. Said you weren't going to do another 7-hour stream and you did anyway. Nice. Well done. Basically, after all the rhetoric of British jobs for British people, the hotline for making inquiries about Brexit stuff is being run by an Indian call center. Oh, I see. So this is one of Twitch's responses to the hate raid situation. Hate and harassment of any kind is unacceptable and prohibited on Twitch, whether it's an offensive message, malicious follows, or the egregious hate raid attacks that have targeted marginalized creators over the past years. That should say years, because marginalized creators have been dealing with this shit for a long time. It's only because they became particularly prominent recently that anyone even realized they were happening. Curbing this type of behavior is and will continue to be a top priority for us. While we have tools available to help creators protect themselves, we know there will always be more done to stop hateful behavior. Be more to be done to stop hateful behavior, especially by motivated individuals and groups. Today we're updating our suite of moderation tools by adding phone verified chat and expanding the settings for email verification to help creators better control their chat experience and improve security. This will be available to all creators starting today and can be accessed from your creator dashboard. Now, seems like it should be 2FA folks only if you want it to substantially make botting harder. Yeah. I mean, I feel like maybe they don't require you to verify an email or a phone number to actually make an account on Twitch, do they? No, I don't think so. Which was one thing that a lot of creators were complaining about, the fact that it's not required to verify an email to make a Twitch account and just start using it. You could just make a Twitch account and never verify the account at all by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, it doesn't stop follow bot attacks, and furthermore, emails can be spoofed, so you can just have, and phone numbers can be as well. So emails and phone numbers can be spoofed, and as a result, what's going to happen is certain people, certain bad actors on the platform who are launching these attacks are going to continue doing so anyway. Like as mentioned in this blog, that these people are incredibly motivated. They're going to go out of their way to do things to make life miserable for creators on the platform. Which, hello Jay Victory. We're discussing, well, at the very present, we are discussing this, securing your chat with phone and email verification. Phone verified chat gives creators finer control over who can participate in chat by allowing them to require some or all users to verify a phone number before chatting. Creators will now be able to use email and phone verification in tandem to meet their specific needs. Now, it has been brought to my attention, and probably the attention of many others who have been discussing this whole thing, is that it's probably going to end up being like the followers or sub-only mode sort of situation, where, you know, people who have phone and email verification on are going to end up dealing with people being restricted from that community. And I don't know what that seems like a non-issue. That seems like a thing where you would, I don't know. I mean, it does seem like it's already had a bit of an impact tonight when we had to deal with that, but, you know. Phone number spoofers can't receive text messages to verify their account. I don't think so. Or they can. Oh, okay, they can in some ways. Been getting calls from some people who've been called a spoofer with your number sometimes. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Communications or communications to the number end up with me still. That's odd, and probably very annoying. I've been getting a bunch of fake text messages recently, specifically about like what's it called? Oh my god, I've been getting text messages about like you'll have a package delivered today, and it's all like a bunch of gibberish in the message. Click this really suspicious looking link to verify your package, and I'm like, I know which ones are the actual delivery services. Anyways, we've spent many months building, testing, and refining this tool, and while this is far from the last update on our roadmap to improve creator safety, we're optimistic about the impact it can have in making a safer Twitch. Now, I wonder like what else they're working on, and I don't really want. I've already speculated maybe they might be going down the route of, remember the jogger video? It's possible they might be doing something on their end to integrate that kind of word filter on the back end, so people on Twitch don't have to worry about it, which would be nice. It'd be that'd be good, a good way to stem the tide of those kind of things. But you have alerts turned off for now. I mean, so do I. And I received a couple, like 4 or 5 hotspots yesterday, I think it was. And I think the reason I only got a few of them, and like seems like when anybody's posting about the hotspots, it seems like there are many people who have been hit with dozens of them, hundreds of them, or whatever. I got hit with like 5, and I think whoever it was that was doing the botting realized they weren't getting any response because there was no alerts going off or anything of that nature. So that seems to be somewhat of a deterrent, at least on the follow bot front, is turning off your follower alerts, which I realize some streamers do like having their follower alerts on. Me personally, I think it's actually kind of relieving to not have them on, because when you're starting smaller as a creator, as a streamer, I guess it can be a little bit more of a way to engage with your community as you're sort of building that audience. You can call out a username and say, oh, thank you for following, and of course, if you're getting hit with a ton of follows all at once with, in some cases different names, but in this circumstance, it just seems to be the Hoss 00312 bots that are follow botting like crazy for whatever reason. But also, like, as someone who is as a viewer, Lily, I'm going to say there are many times I've wanted to follow a stream and I've been hesitant to do so because, like, I want to maybe raid this person later or something like that, but I don't want them to call my username out at that very moment. It's an awkward situation. Kind of seems like they're just adding an additional hurdle for the attackers to have to overcome. Reminds me of the days where a game patch would make the cracked game unplayable for maybe a day or 2 tops. Doesn't solve a problem, just makes the attack a bit more difficult. Yeah, exactly. So that's what has me worried that this is, we were asking for this, don't get me wrong. We were asking for some kind of phone verification protection, because that does, add like you mentioned, it does add an additional hurdle. But is that really going to stem the tide of these attacks? So, Had two yesterday, which were a word followed by 4 random letters. I've seen that as well. I saw a few the other week, which were some like full names, basically. Like, let's just say, for example, Robert Johnson. That wasn't one of them. And then it was like a sequence of random letters and numbers. And it was like, I think I posted about it on Twitter, actually, but anyway. Let's have a look at this even further. Both creators and mods can set the verification requirement for a channel. So it looks like this could be used as a reaction as well. So if need be, a moderator could turn on phone verification for chat if there is an attack. Liking because you have to open the studio soon. Sounds good, Thorn. Thank you so kindly for that raid. So here we got creators can access it from the dashboard and mods can access it via chat and manage moderation settings. Phone and or email verification can be required for all accounts. First time chatters, chatters with an account aged less than pre-filled options of 1 hour, day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months. Chatters following for less than pre-filled options for 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 6 hours, 1 day, 3 days, 1 week, 1 month, 3 months. You can also choose to exempt VIP subscribers and moderators from verifying. Note that phone and email verification will be turned off by default until you decide to opt in. Curbing ban evasion. We know that there are many reasons someone may need to manage more than one account, so you can verify up to 5 accounts per phone number. That said, to help prevent ban evasion, if one phone verified account is suspended site-wide, all accounts tied to that number will be suspended site-wide. Users won't be able to verify additional accounts using a phone number that is already tied to an actively suspended account. Which I think I've been seeing some things about this particularly, which is interesting. There have been a few people posting around Twitch-related social media, I think on Reddit and on Twitter at the very least, saying that they've been going into channels where they are not banned, but they have received a ban of some sort, like this email address has been suspended or something along those lines, which could either be that person just actively admitting, oh hey, I'm ban evading, or it could be a bug on Twitch's end, like they haven't properly implemented this and people are ending up with effective email suspensions without meaning to have them, so that might be a problem that they need to fix. Surely they can use CAPTCHA when accounts are made. Apparently the bots can get around that. Twitch already has CAPTCHA. At the channel level, if one phone verified or email verified account is banned by a channel, all other accounts tied to that phone number or email will also be banned from chatting in that channel. Because, yeah, as far as I know, there wasn't really a restriction on it before. You could just make as many accounts as you wanted on one email or phone number, if I recall correctly. I may be wrong. Hello, Sil. How you going? What it means for viewers, if a channel you're watching has enabled phone or email verification and you haven't already verified a mobile phone number and or email, you'll be asked to verify when you attempt to chat. Unlike 2FA, which requires verification each time you sign in, you'll only need to verify a mobile number and or email which wants to be considered verified. And this verification will carry across all channels on Twitch. This is to reduce friction for viewers and to help ensure the creators can still grow their channels and interact with new viewers without being adversely impacted simply because they want to protect themselves and their communities. So, why now and what's next? Let's have a look at the rest of this and then we'll move on to something else. We could move on to, I don't know, we've got a few other things here. We've got an interesting piece with Pauline Hanson, if we want to look at that. That's interesting. However, it's on the Australian, which I'm pretty sure is not exactly the most... I don't know. We'll take a look at the language used. Anywho, why now and what's next? Building this tool was a major undertaking that spanned several months, and we know it's felt like a long time to get to you. When we launch a new tool or feature, it's essential that it works across devices and regions at scale from day one, which requires thoughtful and thorough planning, testing, and deployment. If you have the time to test phone verified chat for yourselves and share feedback, we'll keep monitoring the tool's impact and updating the FAQ below. Excuse me. Our work to make Twitch safer will never be over, just as there'll never be a single fix for harassment and hate online, but as long as toxic behavior can find ways into our communities, we must and will keep working on ways to make it harder to do so. From technology and tooling to policing to policy, oh my god, I can't read, to policy and education, we're committed to finding more and better ways to decrease harm, empower creators, and share vital information on how users can stay safe. We'll be launching a new channel-level ban evasion tool in the coming months and look forward to sharing more. If you have feedback about this feature or other thoughts on how we can make Twitch a safer place for all, please drop us a line on user voice. Yeah, okay. Your feedback plays a crucial role in developing new technologies, policies, and tools to keep you safe. Okay, so, can I use a landline or VoIP number? No, you can't. Requires an SMS code that you are in possession of the phone number. Okay. If I don't have a mobile phone, does this mean I can't participate in chat anymore? If your account is not phone verified, this will not prevent you from watching or enjoying a stream, but it does mean there may be some channels you are unable to chat in if they have phone verified chat enabled. Creators can also choose to make exceptions to phone verified chat for accounts of a certain age or following time, as well as VIPs, moderators, and subs. Will this prevent malicious follow bots entering my channel? Botting is a long-standing internet-wide problem that will never have a 100% success rate. This added layer of account verification will certainly make it harder for malicious actors to spam bot your chat en masse. No single text solution will ever block bad actors' behavior entirely, but this new hurdle will work within our constantly evolving suite of technologies and tooling to slow them down considerably and reduce the number of channels they can impact. To make it even harder for bad actors to harass you through multiple accounts at once, we've designed the tool so that when one account tied to a verified phone number is channel banned or suspended site-wide, all of the accounts are. Will enabling this tool, this is the one that, that a lot of people seem to be focused on primarily, impact the discoverability or interactivity of my channel. While users who aren't phone verified may not be able to chat in your channel, this shouldn't impact your discoverability or the way that phone verified users can organically interact in chat. In fact, a key advantage to this tool is that it keeps bad actors out of chat in the first place, so you won't have to react to them with other measures that could have a bigger impact on your chat's flow. We've also designed the tool so that depending on your preferences, not all users must be phone verified to participate. You can control settings so that only accounts of a certain age, following time, or chat history must be phone verified. And you can also exempt specific groups like VIPs, subscribers, and moderators. And of course, there's a little thing of privacy. Safety and privacy of your data is paramount. Well, paramount, I can't read. While no online security precautions or systems can ever be completely secure, Twitch uses a robust combination of managerial, technical, and physical measures to protect the integrity and security of your information. So that's all pretty stock standard kind of stuff. And it's interesting. It's a step in the right direction. And I think this is one of those moments where, as much as we don't want to, we do have to give Twitch props for this one. As hard as it is to say a good word about this platform, I feel like this is one of those opportunities where we should really actually step up to the plate here and be like, yes, good job, Twitch. Thank you for implementing these security procedures. But yeah, as of right now, that's a little bit. It's a little bit, you know. But I'm glad that's out there. I think warrant issuing correction on a previous post of mine regarding the terror group Twitch. You feel more secure already. You do not, under any circumstances, gotta hand it to him. Anyways, so yeah, at the moment I've been fiddling with the settings, so you know. You live, hello broken. How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. So yeah, I've been tinkering with the settings. I might see what I like the most, you know. As it stands, you can choose to have both email and phone verification turned off completely. But as far as I recall, yeah, they were circumventing email verification as it stands already. Like the hate raids and the follow bots were already circumventing that in order to harass people. So it didn't seem like that was making much of a difference. At the very least, yeah, this is going to make matters at least a little inconvenient for the time being for hate raiders. So yeah. That's something. That's something. What are our thoughts on that? Do you have any thoughts on that, or do you just want to hear me talk? Do you just want to hear me talk? What's happening? Twitch has added phone verification for chatters in individual streams. I am rather intrigued by the fact that they didn't add the two-factor authentication to account creation to begin with, in the sense that you should have a verified email and phone number on your account from the get-go. Use follow only 0 minutes, so you may use phone verification just if you're getting hate in chat. Yes. So like I think like if you've got mod chat, you can where is it? Oh, I just realized there's a deleted messages thing in here as well, where you can actually completely delete the text. Anyway, there are moderation settings for this, apparently. Maybe it's only in mod chat. I don't know. I just want to hear you talk so you didn't shit yourself during this video game. Are you still on it? Are you still on it? Oh, goodness me. Nothing? Fuck it. Why not? Hell yes. Hell yes. Okay, so. I'm just going to look up something really quickly. I'm fairly certain. Not that one. This one? Here's the one. Yeah, I'm not shocked by this. The Australian is a right-centre leaning publication, which is probably evident based on the wording of this article. But I did want to bring this up very briefly. The journalist and TV presenter Jessica Rowe bows to social media critics, deletes podcast with Senator Pauline Hanson. For those of you who are not aware, Pauline Hanson is the leader of the One Nation Party, who has notoriously, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, exuded? Not really the right word for it, but has routinely, oh my god, my language is failing me today. Holy shit. They talk about a whole lot of racism. Pauline Hanson and One Nation are a white supremacist political party in Australia. They're basically Racism the Political Party. Based podcast cancelling. It's rather interesting the way this has unfolded, and the commentary surrounding it, of course, on social media. Journalist and TV presenter Jessica Rowe bowed to critics on social media, attacking her for doing a podcast with Senator Pauline Hanson by requesting the interview be removed late on Wednesday night. The move came after a Twitter pylon which included Australian of the Year Grace Tame and saw Senator Hanson accuse social media bullies of intimidation. The cardinal sin that Jessica Rowe has made was to show the real human side of Pauline Hanson. What fucking human side, you robot? Anyway. My political opponents live in fear of anything that might show people a caricature of me they present to their followers is a crude lie. The caricature of me they present to their followers. She's been out and out with her absolutely heinous, hateful rhetoric for a while. I don't think there is a human side to Pauline Hanson. This is bizarre. Honestly, like, the one person I wouldn't think that there is any humanity left in is Pauline Hanson. She's a heinous individual. Yeah, pretty sure half the poisonous wildlife in this country is more human than Pauline Hanson is. And here we go, the language. So the usual woke suspects. Do we have to have the discussion around the fact that woke has been generally appropriated by the right to mean anyone who is even vaguely leaning in the realm of social justice, for example? But let's first address the fact that the term woke in its current usage, or at least in a more modern usage, was originally a POC term, like originally POC slang, that eventually got adopted by the broader left and then got appropriated by the right as a derogatory. So anyone who's going on about the woke agenda, the woke crowd, there's already a racist inclination in it. Anyway, anyone who's using woke as an insult. Freaked out and made it their mission to bully a female host. They got to bring the misogyny in there just for extra points. Who openly admits to struggling with mental health issues. Oh my god. The sympathy pandering. Anyway, brought on by keyboard warriors. Remember watching an interview of Pauline Hanson by some guy who I don't know. He asked her how many Asians in Australia she'd think was appropriate, and she dead ass answered less than 5%. Yeah, she's a complete nationalist. She wants minorities to be minorities. Like, she wants them to be, if not completely excommunicated from the country, shrunken down to the bare minimum. Anyway, Jessica and I discussed this very issue of social media harassment and bullying in the podcast, and while I'm disappointed that Jess succumbed to their online intimidation, I understand why she pulled the episode. I don't agree with her pulling it down, but I get it. It's kind of weird in the modern age to pull anything down from the internet in that regard. I'm now more intrigued than I ever was to listen to it. I never was. I didn't even know it happened. You know, now I'm interested. Online bullying is a scourge. Like, this is a politician, by the way. This is a politician upset by online bullying. Anyway, serial culprits should be ashamed of themselves for the deliberate intimidation, targeted harassment, and stress they put on Jessica Rowe. Rowe 51 has a podcast dubbed The Jess Rowe Big Talk Show on the Listener Network and is married to Channel 9 Sydney newsreader Peter Overton. Why is that relevant? Or the fact that she has 2 daughters. This is just padding out the word count. I mean, This section here, fine, relevant, okay, but is married to Channel 9 newsreader Peter Overton. They have 2 daughters. So? Who fucking cares? That's not related to anything. Suffered severe online backlash on Wednesday after posting a tweet promoting her half-an-hour chat with the Queensland Senator. Among the critics was Tame, and Grace Tame has every right to criticise this, honestly. Especially, as far as I know, hang on a second. I get the suspicion. That... Is there anything else? I feel like when Grace Tame was more at the forefront of social discourse, that Pauline Hanson said something about, basically words to the effect of "don't believe victims," regarding Grace Tame. I don't know. Anyway. Guy once called me a virtue signaler, and I said, good, just because I'm signaling those virtues doesn't mean that those virtues aren't virtues. Which is, yeah, fair point. Exactly. What's wrong with virtue signaling? What's wrong with social justice, huh? What's wrong with being a TRA, huh? Like, on the subject. Anyway, Ro posted at 12:42 p.m. My latest podcast guest is Pauline Hanson-Oz. She talks love, raising kids, and why she keeps going. I'll tell you why she keeps going, because she's a neo-Nazi. But shortly after she tweeted the comment and link to her podcast, she suffered outrage online. Here we go. I don't support Pauline Hanson. I never have. It was not my intention to normalize her views, which we don't talk about in the podcast. I've had many disagreements with her, which are on the record. Kindness is at the heart of who I am, and it would never be my intention to spread hate. Then don't platform fascists. And this one here, Nakaya, it is not my intention at all. I have interrogated Pauline many times over the years, and I make it clear in the podcast I don't support her views, and I'm sorry if that is how it comes across. This reminds me quite distinctly of those people that you know have got more than likely some reactionary or contrarian viewpoints, and they take this approach of, oh, I could be friends with anyone, regardless of the things we might disagree on. We'll just agree to disagree. I could be friends with anyone. I really dislike those people in particular, because it's that same old, if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything kind of bullshit, right? Like they literally are just dismissing the very legitimate concerns that some people they might try to be friendly towards have. Yeah, enlightened fucking centrist. That's how Jessica Rowe is coming across right now. I don't know her particular political viewpoints, but she's definitely coming across as very centrist here. Anyway, I just keep going, yes, but we want you to fucking stop. Please don't tell me Pauline Hanson is doing shit again. She never stops. Like was mentioned here, if we come back to this. Why she keeps going. She needs to stop going. Anyway, Tame retweeted Rose's comments and wrote, "This is how discrimination and hate, is subtly enabled and normalized." And this is exactly the same as when the Surfs, for example, or whoever else it was, had Lauren Southern on their show to discuss whatever the fuck you want that alt-right neo-Nazi to talk about. It's like, why would you give that person a platform? We don't want those people to have platforms. Stop giving them platforms. We don't want to humanize fascists. They're not human, okay? They're categorically not. Everyone's entitled to their own views, but not all views should be valorized by promoting their source. Pauline doesn't need help to be heard, but those whose oppression she's both drived and reinforced to do. Exactly. You know, like the people who she's constantly shitting on need their voices heard, not Pauline Hanson. I'm going to dip for like 2 minutes. Sounds good. Roe was trending for hours online before tweeting at 10:20 p.m. on Wednesday night. I've listened to your comments and asked listener to take down the Pauline Hanson interview. Which I really, and this is the thing, this is not an apology, as far as I can tell. In a statement she issued online, she wrote, "There has been much reaction and comment to my podcast conversation with Pauline Hanson today. Pauline's political views are the opposite of mine. I have never agreed with her on those issues, never will. Kindness is at the heart of who I am." She went on to acknowledge Grace Tame and Australian actor Nakaya. Did I say that Nakaya? It said Nakaya here. Anyway, Louis, who criticized Roe and said, "I want to thank them especially for their candor. I've asked listener to remove the episode ASAP." Which is not, that's not an apology. And do I think she necessarily needs to offer an apology in this circumstance? No. Because the content already exists. The interview already exists. If nothing else, I think that it should stay up. You know, removing it is a cowardly move, honestly. Not because of the whole buckling to social media critics thing, but because you already went out of your way to organize and orchestrate this thing in the first place. To pull it down is trying to basically just wipe the slate clean, to wipe it off the board and say, no, that didn't happen. Didn't actually happen. Put it back up. Put it back up, Jess. There's no reason to take it down. Put it back up. You know? That's a pussy move. Don't do that shit. The only reason any of my content ever gets taken down is because I forget to upload my VODs to YouTube sometimes. If anyone's actually actively watching my VODs on YouTube, hi, if you are watching this, come and be live in the stream. Anyway, I'd argue they absolutely are human, and by regarding them as other, that removes a bit of the burden on society for how they turn out. Well, yeah, I was exaggerating, but yeah, you're not wrong. Sadly, yeah, they are human, and humans are categorically dog shit. So, person, why you a cunt? Pauline Hanson, I think that woke online bullying needs to stop and my views need to be heard. Person, no, I asked why you're such a cunt. Pauline Hanson, I think you're participating in the same kind of liberal, leftist and anti-Australian agenda. Pauline Hanson, I didn't ask you about any of that. I'm asking why you a cunt. Well, it should say person, but yeah, I get what you mean. Anyway, let's continue. On a podcast on Thursday with broadcaster Marcus Paul, so she's still getting around the podcast circuit beyond this anyway. Senator Hanson said she received an email Wednesday night to tell her the chat with Jessica Rowe would be deleted. We had a great chat, we had a laugh, she's a funny woman, she's a character. I spoke about my knitting, my gardening, and reading, just on those sorts of things. Why did I get into it? And that's a bit of a conversation, what keeps me going. You listen to the people that really matter to you, your loved ones, your family, the friends that you respect. You take note of these people, those keyboard warriors. Why would you worry about what they say? And she's done exactly that. Now, this point here, I just want to talk about I spoke about my knitting, my gardening, and my reading. And, like, clearly, Pauline Hanson is a very far-right individual. Clearly, she's a very, very conservative, radical conservative, honestly. Like, her viewpoints do not align with any modern politics that I've even heard of. She's completely off the rails batshit in terms of her thoughts on policy. A very, very regressive woman. And this is the issue. When you have this kind of shit, I spoke about my knitting, my gardening, and my reading, even though they are human, right? Even though reactionaries are humans, we don't want to humanize them. And this is the exact same problem with the Lauren Southern thing. It's like, don't give these people an opportunity to make themselves seem relatable. That's how they radicalize people. By making themselves seem approachable, by making themselves seem like they're a real person. I understand your views. I understand you completely. You know, they try to make it seem as though they're not absolutely trying to commit genocide on Asians. Because I think someone made a point of sharing a story about how a relative of theirs, they're an Asian Australian, and their relative, of course, is an Asian Australian, who was assaulted in the 90s because of the fact that they were emboldened by Pauline Hanson's anti-Asian rhetoric, which was prominent in the media at the time. So we don't need this person getting humanized. We don't need to hear about her personal hobbies and her parenthood and whatever else. We don't care about that. Focus on her policies and criticize those. Don't give her a platform. Don't give her a platform to be normal. That's a bad move. It's a really, really bad move. Here we have a cozy chat. Way better. I mean, chat here is pretty cozy sometimes. Let's talk about how Pauline read Mein Kampf and liked it. Wait, did she really though? I can't. This is the problem with Pauline Hanson. I can't tell if you're serious. That sounds like a thing she would have said, honestly. Jesus. Let's get back to talking about how degenerate trans people are. And yeah, she's had the viewpoint of like women have cervixes. We'll get into that in a moment. But yeah, what else was there? Was another point on this that I wanted to make. This specific bit here about the humanizing sort of thing reminds me quite distinctly of I forget which content creator it was mentioned that they've interacted with numerous alt-right commentators and those kinds of people or was that what they said? I can't remember. But they said they were some of the most utmost professional and polite people they'd ever spoken to. That's not a compliment. So, and I don't know if you could necessarily, you could probably say that about Pauline Hanson, honestly. But it seems like anyone who is particularly reactionary conservative, also, like, in front of the cameras, they amp up the level to which they hold these really generally just bigoted views and ignorant views. And when the cameras are off, they suddenly just switch personas into one that's supposed to make you like them. And it reminds me of the Isaac Butterfield thing. Somebody once mentioned that Isaac treats his content as though, like, the comedian is a character, despite having the exact same name. And then off camera, out of character, off stage, whatever, he's, much more, normal and like, I don't actually believe those things. It's just because it's funny, which is, of course, horrendously irresponsible to do with your platform. Milo Yiannopoulos is another one of those kinds of people. Like the going on parading about freaking, what's it, conversion therapy? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like, holy shit. Anyway, Hitler's table talk was the story. Pretty sure that was a rumor. Okay. Well, for now, we don't have any clarification on... Would you be shocked? But anyway, let's continue. You listen to the people that really matter to you, your loved ones, your family, your friends that respect you. We already read that bit. She said she wasn't happy with the podcast being deleted, but understood given Roe admitted she suffers from depression. Okay. I mean, it's probably not helped the situation taking the podcast down. I still agree. Like, but by the same token, I do see this perspective. I can understand this perspective of not wanting to deal with the harassment thrown at you all the time. You still really shit yourself. Fuck. Holy shit. Yeah, like this kind of thing, and having a heavy negative impact on your mental health, knowing there's a chat up there where people are obviously upset with it. I think the better option that Roe could have gone for was apologizing and leaving the content up. And maybe adding some kind of a disclaimer to the podcast to clarify that kind of thing. And even then, in the podcast itself, she does mention she doesn't agree with Pauline Hanson's views. Was also Stephen Colbert's approach when he was a satirist? Exactly. I think it depends on how you do it, though. Like Stephen Colbert, I've always generally respected. The way that he does those kinds of things comes across in a much more... You know what comes to mind? Filthy Frank. Right? Like, you could do a character that exudes all of those far-right traits and does them in such a way that... all those talking points. Like, talks about all those talking points and takes the piss, right? But... for example, with the Isaac Butterfield thing, it comes across like it's his actual point of view. It comes across like it's his actual perspective. Because he's not a good satirist, I suppose. I don't know. Thank you for the head pat, Squid. How you doing? Well, you wouldn't want to have... Oh, yeah, no, this is about Jessica Rowe's mental health. Not Pauline Hanson's. I honestly don't care about hers. Given the absolute... I'll read this. Given the absolute filthy diatribe she's been peddling for the better part of 30 or 40 years now, I don't care the tiniest smidgen about Pauline Hanson's mental health. Anyway. Where are we? Yeah, I'm good. So anyway, why I'm so sad at this. You're platforming a racist. Tell me you're going to give as much airtime to people from monetary groups whom she's hurt. Of course, I'm sorry you feel this way. I make it clear I don't support her policies. As an interviewer, I'm interested in parts of her life we haven't heard about before. Why? Somebody explain this to me. Somebody like get me in the headspace to understand this. Why? There are significantly better people out there she could interview. Get the personal lives of other people. Like, I don't know who. I don't know who else you could bring on. But why Pauline Hanson, of all people? She's a woeful individual. There's no reason. Southern Cross Austereo Chief Content Officer Dave Cameron said they were supportive of Roe and her request to have the content deleted. SCA owns Listener. That was a conversation that went late into the evening yesterday, and to be honest, we are really supportive of Jess, of what she wanted to do, and how she wanted to go with what unfolded yesterday. We are about talent needs and wants first and foremost. We certainly weren't going to push her into a situation where she was going to be made to feel more uncomfortable over the coming week or so. It's just not worth it. Mr. Cameron said when it comes to social media backlash, sometimes you have to follow general sentiment. That doesn't mean delete it, though. Am I in the wrong here? Am I in the wrong by saying deleting it's a bad move? Deleting it doesn't solve anything? And this thing, I'm sorry you feel this way, is not an apology. That's never an apology. That's pushing... honestly, that's just basically a step away from victim blaming. Mr. Cameron, yeah, we said that, but there's times when you can fight against it, but that really is the world we live in, where there's instant feedback that can become loud and divisive, and it's up to businesses as to how they react to that. One Nation member of the NSW Legislative Council, Mark Latham, also tweeted, Jessica Rowe, the journalist who only broadcasts material with which her friends agree. Is there a problem with that? I'm just... why? You wouldn't be interested in, I don't know, fucking Viktor Orban's mental health? Well, it wasn't about Pauline Hanson's mental health. Let's clarify that. It was like that line about depression was specifically regarding Jessica Rowe, who, I don't know her policies. I don't know what her deal is, generally speaking. I just, not even on the part of Jess herself, just in general, the idea of removing that content from the internet when what would have been the better course of action would have been apologizing for the content and leaving it up. In my view. Yeah, deleting it doesn't solve anything. The work is already done. Not publishing it in the first place is one thing. Removing it after the fact is something else entirely. Precisely. Yeah, I'm sorry you feel this way. You're the one that fucked up. Don't push the spotlight onto my reaction instead of your screw up. Right? Yeah, exactly. So, there's a thing. Anyways. Like, yeah, I suppose we got my thought across out of that whole thing. But just generally speaking, yeah, I think it was a bad idea for her to do that instead of actually issuing an apology. I do wonder if an apology might be on the way, but even then, it's kind of one of those... I think apologizing for deleting the podcast is probably the better course of action. And yeah, this tweet in response to the article. Breaking bully complains about bullying. Aww. Anyways. Australians are exhausted and fed up. We really do not need any more racist rubbish or softly treatment of racists. Simple as that. Jessica made an extremely poor call to provide PH with any kind of platform. And yeah, this is the thing. It's like, you can't take it back now. You can't take back the platforming you gave her. She didn't... And also, yeah, like on the subject, she's a great believer in freedom of speech. So much so that, you know, as a senator, she'll block you on social media. That's really good freedom of speech there, bro. Anyway. Was there more? I wanted to see if there's any more about this. Yeah, this is a good take, which I think I basically covered anyway. On the Jessica Rowe thing, the sad, depressing reality is that her view that we should do softball interviews with the far right to understand and relate to them is not a minority position in the Australian media landscape. It is far and away the most commonly held view. And this continuation, why aren't there any softball interviews of progressives? The idea we can make things better seems to be the most under-discussed idea in Australia. I haven't played MGS5, actually. I don't know if that'll fit into a poll. I'll try, but we'll see how we go. Hang on. Have you played? Will this fit? That'll do. There we go. I was interested in it though, honestly. I will say this. Like, it did look quite good, but then my personal view on it is it is the same as with most open world games, honestly. After looking at it for a bit, I began to realize, you know, I've played a bunch of open world games and meh. Having a root beer float. Sounds good, sounds good. Hiya Skylar, how you going? How's things? Let's get some results on this while we look at some more tweets regarding the Here we go. This is interesting. This is good. This tweet from the Jim Marlowe I saw yesterday struck me as so poignant I had to screenshot. By seeking to humanize people like Pauline Hanson, it immediately validates her hate as being worth looking at the past at the expense of those she vilifies. To suggest racist views are controversial is to tell people of color that you think their presence and participation in society is up for discussion. I'm retweeting that one. And now no doubt we will hear from her allies and friends expressing horror at the criticism of her due to this interview, so instead of examining why anyone would promote an extremist, we go into the I am a victim here situation. Ever wondered why we're all getting cynical? E.g. Sarah Ferguson interview with Steve Bannon. Would be nice if people like Pauline had the willingness to listen to the stories of Indigenous kids who get locked up in prison for petty offences their white counterparts would never be arrested for. It's never a two-way street though, TLDR white privilege. What else is there? Presenting far-right opinions as diversity or equal seems fair and balanced to those that aren't hurt by those views. Careful what you say to a mod. Wait, what happened? You're entitled to your wrong opinion. I've never gotten into MGS, period. I've heard there are some good things about it, but you know, don't do the World War thing. Don't do the pre-World War II thing. Doing soft interviews with hard right-wing. Please don't. Let's not do the whole everyone I disagree with are Nazis thing. And which I've done that on occasion. Anyway, I shouldn't have. I regret that. Just that particular decision. Hello, Clara. How's it going? Let's see. And somehow never applies to the far or even medium left. Super sad artifact of debate style polarization of views. Very undergraduate approach that creates a middle ground that nobody actually recognizes or occupies. Makes good viewing. What else have we got on the Pauline Hanson topic? Oh, this one in particular strikes me. Another violent attack on a female journalist by grandstanding progressives who lack the wit or curiosity to try and understand a different worldview. That is what journalism should be and why Jessica Rowe can be proud of her work. Where were we? This is not a gender issue. I'm not sure what, I mean, whatever. There was a quote tweet in response to this, though, that was really good. Now, let me see if I can find it. God, I'm not going to be able to find it anyway. Framing Hanson as a different worldview is like saying, you know, people just didn't appreciate some of the finer points of Hitler's ideology. We're doing the Nazi thing again. Privilege sees criticism as violence. For POC, engaging with the worldview of someone who questions our status as Australians isn't a luxury we can afford. Oh, here we go. Racism is not a different worldview, and it's not some new fusion restaurant that inspires a curiosity to try. That in 2021 we still need to stress this point is just fill in blank. I'm going to add exhausting. It's exhausting having to explain racism over and over to almost always white people who just don't get it because they have never experienced it. Yeah. That's where we're at now. Pauline Hanson and people like her do not deserve to be humanized on a podcast. They simply don't. Okay? Anyway, it would be nice if Pauline listened to Indigenous people and how they feel about their sacred sites instead of climbing all over one to make a point as it's closing to the public, although then we wouldn't have had the joy of getting stuck. Just thought about a subject from a couple of those racism-related tweets, but let's just see what's here. Back soon decided your hair needs to be a different color. Yeah, I agree. What color, Sil? What color are you going for? I hate the way my hair looks at the moment. It's greasy. Anyway. Trust me, if the attack was violent, she would be looking a lot worse. Is it possible for Pauline Hanson to look worse? Is there any other good... Let me have a look here. What else is there? We have... Oh, hang on. If we've misunderstood Hanson's worldview in her 2 decades of life in Parliament, care to explain it for us? Unless the issue is that actually we understand exactly what her worldview is and there's no place for it to be platformed in public. Pillarbox Red. What's Pillarbox Red? Let me see that one. Ooh. Oh, hello. Yeah. Do it. Fuck yeah. Although, given who we're talking about. Not the same kind of look, but you know. Pauline Hanson's got red hair, but not that red. Am I pretty? Thank you. You wish yours was greasy. I hate it. I fucking hate it. Look at this shit. I look so grungy right now. It's awful. I want my hair to be full and life, like full of life and stuff. The problem is, of course, I actually rinsed it today. I ran it through the water, and I didn't dry it with the hairdryer. I let it drip dry. I dried it with the towel and then let it, air dry basically. And that leads to it looking like this. I wash my hair tomorrow, so Fridays and Mondays I wash my hair. But I need to find some interim hairstyling products, so on days I don't wash it, I can maintain that volume. My grunge looks cool, thank you. There goes your gainers again. Interesting how the racists should get a platform, but the people they target never do. Yeah, it's weird how that works out. Who got injured in the violence, Chris? We all know who Pauline Hanson is. She's no rookie parliamentarian. She spent the past 2 decades showing us who she is. It is not violence to criticize someone's work. This is the tweet I was thinking of, sorry. Criticism she feels is fair cop. Violence is what happened to this is the thing I was talking about before. Is what happened to a Chinese-Australian relative at a Queensland petrol station in the mid-90s when he was bashed and hospitalized by racist thugs emboldened by Hanson. Get some perspective. Why does Ullman think the people who condemn this different worldview don't understand it? We do. We see that it's an irrational fear of difference and something that people can confront and expunge from their thinking. Of course, racist apologetics doesn't encourage that. What the fuck? I don't know what this is. But anyway. My wife left. Congratulations, boys. It's just people wondering why you'd voluntarily gift a large platform to a bigot. The idea that responsible media could play a role in actually improving society rather than pretending you're wise under the guise of impartiality while you perpetuate their shit. When one white woman interviews another white woman whose racist and discriminatory views are widely publicized, it's evident they have no idea what it feels like to be marginalized and discriminated against. This is not trolling the journalist, it's calling out the bullshit. Agreed. If you think Pauline Hanson hasn't had platform enough over the decades for us to understand her different worldview, get real, Ullman. Stop doing the fucking Hitler thing! Guys! I mean, I get it, don't get me wrong, like, Pauline Hanson, comparing her to Hitler is probably the most apropos one you could do. But stop doing the whole thing. Stop doing that. I mean, I get it, don't get me wrong, but it seems like I'm seeing so much more of this. This is what happened before Nazi Germany. I'm seeing so much of that lately, like an increasing amount of it. I already knew it was an issue. I already knew people use this rhetorical tactic for ages and ages, but, Pauline Hanson or Trump, who is worse? Well, Pauline Hanson hasn't been in power. Like, not in proper... She's not the Prime Minister, and I doubt she ever will be. So, and given that, like, some perspective is worth, is overdone and cringe. Yeah, the Hitler thing is overdone and cringe. The important perspective here is Donald Trump was the leader of one of the most influential nations in the world. Like, quite frankly, one could argue one of the most powerful positions in politics in the world today. If Pauline Hanson were to become Prime Minister of Australia, it's going to be bad for Australia. It's not going to be bad for the rest of the Western world, not really. I highly doubt she's going to get much done if she were even to run for Parliament in the first place. And One Nation is nowhere near being elected as the ruling party. So we don't have to worry about that at present. So to that end, the poll seems kind of pointless. Anyway, and if we were able to chill in person, you would notice my brain routinely stopped functioning because of a weak spot for red hair. Hello, Frost. How's it going? It's this classic, well, both sides are bad, which true, they are bad, but they're not equally bad. Like, you wouldn't compare a con artist to a serial rapist, would you? Exactly. At least you didn't try to violently overthrow a democratic election like some German. Stop it! Stop with the Hitler comparisons. Oh, goodness me. It's still important not to let things slide, though. The camps that the U.S. operates on the southern border are still concentration camps. That is correct. Correct objective description of what they are. Trump needed an unnamed staffer to play Memories from Cats to calm him down. Anyway, they would never get majority. Yeah, they wouldn't. So Pauline Hanson, for all of the mess that she creates, is not really a threat in the grand scheme of things. There's nothing to really worry about. But, you know, her worldview, she's still got an audience. And by putting her on a bigger platform, or by putting her on any platform. And, like, the worst thing, like, this is like... I mean, what's an apt comparison here? It's like putting Steven Crowder on a talk show, on a podcast or whatever, to ask him questions about his personal life and get to know the real Steven Crowder. Like, you've seen the kind of shit Steven Crowder talks about. That is the real Steven Crowder. You've seen the rhetoric he pushes on a routine basis, the constant bigotry that he already spreads to a massive platform, right? And then you take that person who's behind all of that vile rhetoric and you put them on another show and you're just asking them questions about their personal life, what they get up to in their free time, what's their family and home life like, do they like to go bowling, you know, any of that kind of shit. The risk you run there is that the audience who might not be familiar with that particular person will listen to this humanizing interview, this interview that introduces you to the man or the woman behind the whatever, and then they'll go and seek that person's content out after, you know, gaining quite a fondness for that individual. And then that is a potential spiral into radicalizing those viewers. You know, it's a dangerous game to play. We don't need to humanize fascists. We don't need to humanize reactionaries. Whether they are human or not is beside the point. We don't need to give them a platform to talk about their home life, to talk about the real me. Shouldn't happen. Stop doing it. I want to go bowling too, yes. I mean, Trump... Oh, we already read that. You wouldn't kill anyone, but there's only a select few people that I wish would die, and one of them is number 45. That's understandable. Oh no, Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare. Pauline Hanson, the cunts and egg, like, why would you want to humanize her? Yeah, like, she's the things we've seen her say, the constant, just flagrant racism she's... Like, the racism is the main thing. Whether she's a transphobe or not, like, I know I've heard her say something about trans people at one stage or another, but her main platform has always been racism. Her main platform has always been, Australia should be a white nation. And, like, quite literally, she's mentioned this on, like, outright on occasion. Not on occasion, routinely. She's mentioned that she thinks Australia should be a white country. And she's even gone as far as to tell Indigenous Australians that she is technically Indigenous because she was born here. Yeah, that's a thing what she did. But yeah, you know, fingers crossed once everything's calmed down. I'm going to go bowling, I think. I'd like to go bowling. That'd be nice. That'd be nice and chill. Nice and cruisy. Don't have to think about Pauline Hanson when you're bowling. Anyway. Should we get off the Pauline Hanson thing, or do we want to continue? Bowling would be cool. It would be cool. How are we feeling about that story? Don't worry, I'm wearing a bra. Would you bowl against Hanson and wreck her? I mean, I wouldn't want to socialize with her in the first place. You know, I wouldn't... I'm wearing a bra, but, you know, that was actually sliding up a fair bit, so I'm going to adjust that. Yeah, that comes back to the humanizing thing, doesn't it? It's like, I wouldn't want to go hang out with Pauline Hanson in any capacity because that's another humanizing element. Florida outnumbered Australia in COVID deaths. That does not shock me, sadly. You could pretend each pin is someone you hate. You could do that. And white people say it all the time now. Oh, they do. They do. Oh, yeah, you like this one? This is a good one. It's got a pentagram. A few times, like last time I was wearing it on stream and I had like a lower neckline so you could really clearly see the pentagram. People, like, I had a number of trolls come in asking religious-related questions. Or like, are you a Satanist? And like, I've noticed recently, for some reason particularly, we've been getting a lot of religious trolls. Like, do you realize you're going to go and burn in hell for being an awful transvestite? Or something like that. Or, you know, calling out this or whatever. It's like, what, do you think that insults me? Like, someone came in, was it yesterday? talking about how I've strayed from the path and Allah can save me. And I'm like, I don't care. Like, is that supposed to get me? What? Oh, I'm scared. Ooh, like, it's like telling me Casper's gonna punch me in my sleep. Like, it's not real. I don't care. I'm not afraid of your God. If you mention something related to... Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Skylar. It's going to be delightful. Well, gee, fun. The evangelist trolls found Twitch. It's like it's so miserable. Like, imagine trolling... I mean, yeah, it's just to get attention, really, but imagine trolling someone by being an evangelist or being a proselytizer. I'm like, how dross. How incredibly... I don't want to say the L word, Lame, but it's the only word that can come to mind, honestly. It's just wow. You're going to try to troll me on that, mate? Wow. Like, only Talos can save you. It's getting close to Christmas. All the faithful are getting their religious bonus. I was thinking about that earlier. We'll come back to that subject in a moment. You have a Tamil Indian friend who lives in Singapore, and he came to America several years ago to explore, and while he supports people who fight against racism, he pointed out something important to me. Some of his black friends almost made it like a contest of what people had it worse in history and modern day in terms of persecution, which seems toxic in itself. Yes, I do agree with that notion. No, not lame. Lame. You know, a term that I have, and this is something I need to take out of my lexicon because it is ableist. But generally speaking, the word lame has generally been uncool. You know, you've got cool and you've got uncool. And uncool has generally been referred to as lame. So, I'm trying to work that out of my vocabulary because I don't want to be ableist. Only seen a few on here, and one of them got banned for telling a literal kid they're going to hell on stream. Are you thinking of the guy, Dr. Witnesser, by any chance? I do recall him specifically, the proselytizing Fortnite player who would go into public Fortnite games and literally try to school kids on God. And if I'm not mistaken, was he like a Jehovah's Witness or a Mormon or something? Maybe not a Mormon, but he was of a particular denomination. And his entire YouTube channel and stream was devoted to playing video games and trying to sell the idea of God to children, generally speaking. Trying to convert children. And there was that particular instance where he got into a group with a Muslim child and started telling that Muslim child that he was going to hell, that he was going to burn in hell because he was a Muslim and not a Catholic or whatever. And it's like, holy shit, dude. I made a video back before this, which talked about that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I made it before I came out. And, yeah, he's freaking weird. I don't know what his deal is now. It seems like he up and vanished off the internet after the tremendous backlash against him. Like, pretty much everybody pointed at him and said, you are not welcome in content creation. And then as far as I can tell, he seemed to disappear. I think he got his Twitter account deleted. His YouTube channel and Twitch, I don't think they're still up, or if they are, he hasn't uploaded in ages. I don't recall, but I do remember that specific story. Be back soon, Radio Izzy. People make everything into a contest. But yeah, the specific thing, like, and I know we've used the term Oppression Olympics before, but, or like, we shouldn't use the term Oppression Olympics because that's generally used by anti-SJW types, usually used by reactionary types. But it definitely does seem like there are people who are dealing with oppression these days. And, hey, Nee, how you doing? It seems like there are definitely people who are in marginalized groups these days who want to make their specific oppression, no matter what it is, whatever prejudice they're facing, they want to say, oh, you think you've got it bad? That doesn't help anything. That kind of shit helps in no meaningful way to any kind of conversation about oppression, about marginalization, about being mistreated by society, generally speaking. Replace lame with Trump, Trump adjacent. That person is a proper Trump. I didn't watch the whole movie. The acting was Trump. I mean, it kind of, yeah. Get how lame is ableist given its history, but how is it any different than calling people idiots? Which, that's a fair point, Clara. I don't think we're going to, like, work idiots out of our vocab, generally speaking. This is true. You've had black friends say they've had it the worst. I'm half black myself, but then I remind them Native Americans exist. Where were we? Let me come back. Where did I get the necklace from? This is from Berserk, I think. Yeah, Berserk. I think... Is this still in stock? I can't remember. Anyway, Berserk. Has anyone here had a friend who was a different color to you that mentioned experiencing this unfortunate occurrence? Racism is racism, no matter who had it worse, or it's wrong. We should be supporting each other instead of one group being deemed more important than another in conversation. Unfortunately, several of my friends have experienced this attitude from those from who should be their friends in social justice. Agreed. And like this is a thing that I keep seeing a lot of. What was I going to say? Shit, I've lost my train of thought. This is a thing that has come up a number of times with regard to heck. Leave any ban requests. If there are any ban requests, leave them for me, by the way, folks, to my mods. I'm just going to say, if I get any ban requests in my things, leave them to me, please. What was I going to say? There was a thing. There was a thing. On the oppression thing, let me come back to it. Racism is racism. Like, oppression is oppression in general, right? One of the things that annoys me that I heard recently, or not that I heard recently, actually, it was just a thing that came to mind, is like, oh, you think you're oppressed in the Western world, white transsexual, there are people starving over in Africa kind of thing. And I think it's important to frame the way that we discuss. Like that contributes nothing to the discussion if, say, for example, trans people in the UK are having the discussion of we can't get, well, I'm in Australia, it doesn't affect me. But trans people over in the UK are routinely facing the systemic oppression of not being able to access trans-related healthcare, and in some circumstances, not being able to access healthcare, period. Like, there are stories of trans people in the UK specifically who are not receiving healthcare on the basis of them being trans. Like, they won't receive treatment for any normal thing. The people are refusing, medical staff are refusing them. But like some people will say, oh, well, okay, that's not even that big of a deal. There are people starving in either third world countries, or there are homeless people on the streets, or they'll try to deflect. Like, the main antagonistic point around transness at the moment is women's rights, because all the trans people are coming for women's rights. I'd have a shot at getting Berserker, a brand from there, to sponsor you. Really? That'd be an idea. I know Pinoppy works with, I don't know if she works with Berserk and Black Milk, but she tags them a lot, and they tend to respond to her tweets. So I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, I hate that whole someone else has it worse, so check yourself mentality. I got let me see if I can find it, actually. I could probably find it. How should I put it? In a matter of how urgent the problems are. Yeah. What I think is interesting about ableist terms is people who otherwise are fairly progressive are very defensive about still being able to use them. That is a fair point. Anyway, Donnie, you mentioned, can I give you some advice about transitioning? And what do you mean 48%, by the way, Nee? Give you some advice about transitioning. Depends what you want to ask. The collar is, what's it called? Did I get it from you? Oh, it's called Haunting. And it's on Berserk. The website Berserk. Let me see if I can find it. Might not be available anymore. Oh, it is. It is. It's vegan. This is vegan. That's fun. This is the one. It's a good one. I like it. I'm quite fond of it. Whataboutisms are rhetorical pocket sand. One's oppression doesn't invalidate another's oppression. No, we're not talking about, well, I would say the manga in that circumstance. I need to actually read all of Berserk. If you've got some questions about transitioning, we can talk about them if you want. As long as we keep it on the level, everything's easy. What about what? What about what? What? In truth, when talking about oppression, it needs to be balanced. We need to acknowledge one another's issues without it being a contest, but we also shouldn't blow things out of proportion as well. Like when fourth wave feminists complain about men sitting with their legs uncrossed and consider it an act of aggression, when in reality they're just trying to not crush themselves in most cases. Yeah, exactly. There are definite points where you can say, oh, okay, there's categorically an oppressive... there's another word I'm looking for, but there's categorically oppression happening here with regards to this minority group. And there are some people who are, going for other really, really minor, unnecessary issues. Like, we don't need to talk about manspreading. That's not really, unless a man is actively doing it near other people and invading their personal space, but even then, it's a stretch to talk about that. Notice that sitting with your legs together doesn't hurt your crotch at all, just takes getting used to. Well, that's fair too, that's fair too. Who uses Snapchat anymore? I certainly don't use Snapchat these days. But anyway, you love helping baby trains. Yeah, I don't use Snapchat, and also I don't add people who are just like new to my stream on any social media generally. How long does it take for that to be normal? For what to be normal? For which what? Oh, you're about to start hormone therapy. Oh, crossing your legs. Crossing your legs. That's a good question, actually. I never even thought about that. Because, I mean, the HRT does have an effect down there, but hard to say for certain. I'm not sure. Maybe a couple of months. Like, I mean, I suppose it's a habit thing. I suppose, there might be some shrinkage that might lead to it being more comfortable. Oh, because I definitely had issues sitting with my legs pushed together beforehand. And nowadays I'm okay with it. Nowadays I'm cool. Anywho, cross with your legs way before you even hatched. I like that term, hatched. It quite expertly elucidates the point, doesn't it? So don't crush your balls between the thighs, not too hard. That chirping the crickets, yeah. I got crickets over there. My spider is not out and not looking for any food, so the crickets are just going to stay there chirping away. Anywho, you're 6 years in, haven't had surgery, and cross your legs is pretty uncomfortable still, but you're also no small check. Well, yeah. Excuse me. I still want to get Orchie done at some point. I think I'm going to do that. That might be the first surgery I end up getting at some stage. I don't know. Main thing you dislike about HRT is that it's made nothing come out anymore, if you get what I mean. I mean, yeah, I understand that. You used to get made fun of for crossing your legs and sitting like a girl. When I came out, my friend immediately went, I fucking knew it. The worst oppression contest stuff is like Israel, where they use former oppression to justify their oppressive policies. Yeah, I can understand that. The spider has pet crickets. Oh, they're not pet crickets. They're food. I mean, yeah, I can understand that perspective to a point, I think, which is why it's one of the reasons that discussion becomes so complicated. There are many people who look at being anti-Zionist. People will look at anti-Zionism as being anti-Semitic, which are two very different things. Like, there are a lot of folks who don't want to accept the nuance of that discussion. So yeah, being like, say, pro-Palestine has people saying, "Oh, you're being an anti-Semite then? You hate the Jews then, do you?" And it's like, well, no, we hate Zionism because the spider named them breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is a completely different topic. Yeah. Anywho, who wants to talk about Spider-Man for a second? Just to lighten things up a little bit. I wanted to bring this up because I feel like this particular thing, kind of like the constantly comparing reactionaries to Germany, like Nazi Germany and Hitler and all that kind of thing, is cringe. This is also cringe, because I've seen this particular kind of thing a few times now. It's kind of cringe in the same way that games journalists will say, this game's got some Souls-like elements. Marvel Spider-Man 2 will be darker. Our Empire Strikes Back. Must we do this? Marvel Spider-Man 2 has been likened to The Empire Strikes Back in a new interview that reveals the sequel will be darker than the original PS4 title. Speaking on the This Week in Marvel podcast, Creative Vice President Bill Roseman touched on how the web-slinging sequel compares to the first title. If the first Spider-Man game was Star Wars, Spider-Man 2 is kind of our Empire. It gets a little darker. Do we have, like, yeah, what? All we have to go on right now is the reveal trailer debuted during the PlayStation Showcase earlier this month, but with Venom already confirmed to be appearing, it seems Marvel's Spider-Man 2 has a pretty good chance of living up to that claim. Roseman then turns his attention to Marvel's Wolverine, which is said to be releasing after Marvel's Spider-Man 2. We will eventually reveal when Wolverine is aimed to launch. For more, go back and study those trailers. They are packed with details and Easter eggs. Also includes Candyman, actor Tony Todd voicing Venom, and that the announcement trailer was running in real time on PS5. Also, I love this subtitle. Wolverine release date to be revealed eventually. No shit, really? Who'da thunk it? Would you have ever guessed that they were going to eventually reveal the release date for Wolverine? Holy shit. But yeah, like the whole, it's that whole, this game has got elements of Dark Souls. This game is hard like Dark Souls. It's the same kind of thing. It's just like, why are you comparing yourself to Empire Strikes Back? Like, it's not related. Anyway. How many people even saw those movies and liked them and is excited about this article? Like, they are old. Wasn't the first Star Wars the one where they genocided a planet? Yeah, exactly. What was the particular darkness of Empire Strikes Back, aside from the fact that it's generally a losing battle? Oh no. And then they come back and they win in Return of the Jedi. It's like, what was the... I mean, I get in some ways, and I do like Empire Strikes Back, don't get me wrong. But, you know, I look at it and it's like, it's an okay movie, I suppose. It's pretty messed up if you think about it. No, he doesn't say, Luke, I am your father. He says, no, I am your father. Oh no, my hand got cut off. Anyways. A lot of Jewish people don't really know Israel's true nature. They learn up growing that it's like a magical place. Yeah, that's true too. Marvel Universe and Star Wars Universe movies are all trash at this point. Yeah, I'm not at all shocked. I've lost interest in the Marvel stuff generally speaking, so yeah, the Marvel, the Star, any of the Disney properties at this point, I'm just kind of like, ugh. There's too much. It's saturated. I'm bored. I'm tired. I used to think, oh yeah, I'm super keen on seeing the new Avengers movies, the new Marvel movies, and I'm like, now I couldn't care less. Now I just really couldn't care less. They've announced like the book of Boba Fett or whatever it is, and I'm just like, ugh, must we? Do we have to? You can name so many things about Star Wars that's messed up. You feel like you could ruin it for people. I mean, it's just critical analysis, really, isn't it? Unless you're thinking of something specific. I don't know. The sequel is where Peter kills Mary Jane with his spunk and fucks Black Cat. Oh, God. What do you expect? Anyways. Nobody could ever ruin Star Wars for you. First Avengers movie was hype, but honestly not even that good, but it was cool for the first time. Yeah, like that was the cool element of the Avengers in the first place. Like, you had all these different movies where they were making references to each other, and then you had the Avengers team up, and it was like, oh, fuck yeah, this is cool. And then, over time, it became less cool. Like, the build-up to the Avengers movie was like, you know, it was super cool at the time, and once it happened, it was like, we've been there, we've done that, but they're just going to keep doing the same format and introducing new characters. Which was, you know, whatever. Marvel movies were super cool when they were new, but I feel like in classic Disney fashion, it's all become predictable, yeah. Disney murdered Darth Bane. Problem, everything nowadays is about race or gender in some ways. I hate to break it to you, it always has been. It always has been. All of these things have always been a part of the media you've been consuming since you were unable to comprehend the media. You know. Excuse me. I remember the Ewoks as little bears in Return of the Jedi. It just occurred to me recently when they were celebrating the Empire's fall. They probably ate the troopers left on the ground due to the fact they had their helmets and none of the other armor, and they were going to eat. Yeah, probably. That's not. I mean, I'm just going to say this. That's not honestly that dark. It's kind of just expected. I feel like you're trying to troll us, honestly, Primal, so no. From performances to editing to choreography, the only good part was the CGI effects. Wait, CGI effects in which one? Because, you know, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised or bothered by the... it wouldn't even be cannibalism, it's just one species eating another, which tends to happen, you know. Although you could look at it from the perspective of like, ooh, hang on. Sorry, I just got distracted by the fact that Lictara sent me this. Giant tarantulas keep tiny frogs as pets. Insects will eat the burrowing tarantula's eggs, so the spiders protect the frogs from predators, and in return, the frogs eat the insects. That's so cute. We like spiders. I like spiders. I didn't realize there were frogs that small. Jesus Christ. That's on the educational subreddit. Oh, I'm in that one. I'm in that subreddit. Where were we? Force this topic into movies or settings that are actually about something else. These issues intersect across everything. They intersect across everything. You can't avoid them. The movies and games and shows and even the songs and books and all of those kinds of things that we consume on a daily basis, the artworks that we are constantly engaging with every single day, are informed by people who live in the same world as you, generally speaking. So what you're probably used to is the fact that there's a lot of older media that feeds into a very specific, much older worldview where it excluded a lot of things that are much more broadly understood these days. So, you know, if we talk about transness or queerness or think about it this way, put it in this perspective. There are a lot of older, like a lot of older and modern media that very specifically plays into the trope of there's a man character, there's a woman character, they end up falling in love and kissing at the end of the movie. And what else is there? The man happens to be the strong, stoic, protector type, and the woman tends to be the damsel in distress. Like, you've seen these kinds of movies time and time again, but you never think about it because you're conditioned to believe that's perfectly normal. But that is still, and how often have those protagonists been white as well? So like race and gender, especially if we're going to use those two as a point of specificity, were always prominent in the media you consume. But because you were adjusted to it, when you see something that is distal to that, when you see something that breaks that mold, suddenly you think the media is being corrupted by this new radical leftist agenda or some nonsense like that. That's not really what's happening. It's that the media is being informed by people who are living in a progressive, developing world. You know, attitudes are changing. Media is changing to reflect that. Something that handled trans representation well, surprisingly, was 2.5 Men. Don't get me wrong, the show was a complete sexist piece of shit, but the transgender characters... Don't use transgendered, by the way. Transgendered is not a word we like. That it did have were generally portrayed well, never misgendered, and were generally quite good for an early 2000s show. Well, that's alright then. I do recall somebody doing a little bit of a Twitter pic collage of various pieces of mainstream media, mainly sitcoms, from that early 2000s era, where they pointed out specific transphobia, which I never picked up on, but of course it was always there. A minority of people complain, which one day the entire race will be the minority. Won't that be great? Anyways, yeah, how about you stop forcing cis hetero ideas down our throats and let us be queer? Am I right? Yeah, exactly. The species of frog is actually the world's smallest vertebrate. There we go. As a whole, movies are past their golden era. From here, they're going to be they're going to become more and more like books. Like, yeah, they still hold a place in content, but not nearly as much as people are into books these days, and movies will slowly become considered the same. I think I see what you mean. News stories like Beowulf is all about gender. Why did those new writers fall? Yeah, like so much of older media, like to pick something I've actually watched or read from like the last 30-40 years. Let's talk about God of War, for example. Like, the two main characters in that are white men, or like a white man and a white boy, right? And that whole saga, well, it's hard to say white because Kratos and Atreus both have gray skin. I don't know what that's supposed to represent, but just generally speaking, you get the idea. It's also interesting that Kratos is voiced by, what's his name? The guy who played Teal'c on Stargate. Anyway, I've forgotten his name. Is Kratos black? It's hard to tell. He's grey. Why is he grey? I think actually there's a reason for that in the original game, or the original series. He is Chris Judge. That's it. He's stained. His skin is permanently stained grey from the ashes of his. Yeah, he got his skin after he killed his family, and I thought there was a like a lore connection for like his family burning. The ashes of his family burning stained his skin grey, like as a punishment or something. I'm pretty sure there was lore there. Anyway, the point of his skin color is actually not the point I want to make here. Kratos and Atreus and all of that, the story there is quite specifically about gender roles, if we want to think about it. Because the whole narrative, or what I've played of it so far, I should finish it at some point, but the whole narrative tends to be predicated upon the fact that Kratos and his son are going on a transformative journey together, and Kratos is trying to, in some ways, bond with his son, but they are also butting heads quite a lot because their own distinct masculinities are clashing, because Kratos has got I think at some point he mentions his methods are different, and Atreus is much more of a, like, the two characters have got a lot of dissimilarities to the point where their own specific masculinities collide and they don't get along with each other in a big way, which is made even more complex by the fact that it's father and son. So that to that end, it's like Kratos is trying to parent alone, and his son is sort of, well, it's not rebellious. I wouldn't say rebellious, but remember an episode with the trans man? What were we talking about? I've forgotten where we were. Kratos transcends race. Such earthly concepts don't apply to him. I mean, probably. Is Greek white again? Can't follow as it changes so often. Thought they weren't, as that would make Ottomans white too, and people didn't like that idea. What were we talking about? Favorite god is Dionysus. Dionysus is pretty cool. Whiteness is fluid. The dude had no skin. Maybe he had no skin. I don't know. Given what Kratos has been through, I wouldn't be shocked at this point. But yeah, what was it that, as an example of like the whiteness is fluid thing, Cenk Uygur, the host of the Young Turks, has mentioned that he's brown on several occasions, and you look at him and he's brown. He's clearly, like the way he defined himself in that particular segment. I forget where they were reacting to Jimmy Dore or something. And then Hassan Piker, his nephew, has mentioned that he's white. Like, he sees himself as white because he's effectively white passing. You look at Hassan Piker and he just looks like a white dude, despite the fact that they've both got the same lineage. Like, they're, from the same nationality, effectively. So yeah, whiteness is an interesting concept to explore. I think the primary element to examine with regards to what is whiteness is how much privilege does a person gain as a result of the color of their skin. And in that regard, you can have the discussion of white privilege broadly, but when it comes to individuals, you need to analyze. Like, for example, there are many white-passing Indigenous Australians. There are many people that I wouldn't have guessed were Indigenous if they hadn't told me, because they look white. They pass as white. Favorite god is Todd Howard. That's what you say. Todd Howard isn't a god. Haha, you dumb cunt. If he isn't a god, then why is he called Todd the God Howard? Yeah, there we go, Squid. Exactly. It's like there are many of them, and that's largely, I would dare say, as a result of maybe like a generational leftover of the white... Was it the White Australia policy? Or no, not the White Australia policy. But effectively, there was a racist program way back during colonial days in Australia where they were trying to breed the Aboriginal out, essentially. So whiteness isn't really about skin color. Changes when it's advantageous to white supremacy. Yeah, that's kind of the point I'm trying to get across, I suppose. We've gotten onto it now. We've gotten onto white privilege. Let's go down this train of thought. Up until the 60s, fuck. Am I shocked? No. Fucking hell, racism is still incredibly prevalent. Stolen generations were going into the 60s. Fucking Christ. Thank you for enlightening me, by the way. I need to revise this stuff because I actually know a fair bit of it historically with regards to the genocides committed by the colonials, but a lot of it slipped away. My ability to retain information is atrocious. Modern Greeks came from the Baltics. Have I heard of the Church of Kanye? I'd rather not. Where were we? They portrayed it in the film. Shit, what was it called? Oh yeah, Rabbit-Proof Fence. Yeah. Whiteness is constructed and was made for oppression of others anyways. This is an important thing to mention, yes. It's like, there's a good video, I think, by Bill Nye the Science Guy, where he specifically talks about the fact that race is socially constructed. I mean, I don't know if he uses the term social construct in that particular regard, but generally speaking, you know, there are genetic factors that are distinct between people of different races if they were raised in certain areas, but the actual categorization of people based on their race is a social idea. It's something that was constructed specifically to benefit people of certain colors in certain parts of the world. So, for example, white supremacy is a problem in majority white nations like America, Australia, Europe. Southeast of Vienna is not white anymore. Learn how to use your calipers. I only know of using calipers to measure body fat percentage, so I what? Or like skull shape, I suppose. Anyway. Phrenology was a thing that they did for a bit there. Just look up all of history. Google all of it. All of it comes down to is how close to the equator in the last couple of generations. Yeah, exactly. Pretty much. You know. It's all just generational bias. Let my history professors know they're wrong about the history of Greece because of what some rando on the internet said. I love this. I love this thing when people come in acting like they're experts on a subject without any proof of the matter. Like I had someone in one of my videos about TERFs talking about how I was wrong, and I said, well, okay, how am I wrong? How are any of my points wrong? And they just rattled off that they were a biologist or something. I was like, you haven't said anything that verifies that at all. You're just like literally saying I'm wrong over and over again without providing any substantial evidence to disprove my points that were made in the video. And they were just like, oh, you're arguing with a biologist actually. It's like, I have no reason to believe you, random commenter on the internet. Why should that convince me, dickhead? Foiled in following. It's because like you can tell that this is a troll account. Like you can tell by the fact that they've named their account "I only foilo pretty men." Like this is the Reddit thing that was happening a little while back. A bunch of trans people on Reddit were getting harassed with pretty transphobic follower names, like "I only foilo pretty men" or "I only follow she-males" or some other bullshit like that. It was a pretty prominent thing for a while, and a lot of the trans-related subreddits were getting brigaded by hate groups, so it's fun. Go easy on the troll. They're a baby, only 3 days old.
I see you've
Kiara,
brought guests.
hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for the
friends.
raid. Welcome in, friends. How's it going? Here's some pretty lights for you. Ooh. Oh, cool. We've got a news story that we need to cover right now, I think. Thank you for coming in and chatting with us, folks from Kiara's stream. What were you getting up to? What were you chatting about, Kiara? Tell us all about it while I quickly head over to... let me see. Okay, here's a news story posted 4 hours ago. My friend just sent me this. I'm going to do it now. Tornado tears through regional New South Wales, injuring 3 people, damaging properties near Bathurst. 3 people have been injured after a tornado ripped through New South Wales central west this afternoon, damaging properties and leaving a 30-kilometre trail of destruction. David Hagney's home at Clear Creek near Bathurst was damaged when the tornado struck at about 2 p.m. He estimated 300 trees had been ripped from the ground around his property. It just all went grey and there were limbs flying through the air, and it just basically hit us. It was so fast. There were tree branches, tin, iron, things flying everywhere. Trees landed on Mr. Hagney's house and destroyed 2 cars. He and his family watched the tornado from inside their house. If this was a giant, it was like he was just grabbing hold of trees, screwed them up, and threw them on the ground, he said. We just stood in amazement waiting for it to stop. The good thing is we are okay. Bureau of Meteorology senior climatologist Agata Emielska confirmed there was damage to houses and power lines northeast of Bathurst. We have a line of damage roughly 25 to 30 kilometers, she said. Mizzy Mielska said the tornado was part of a broader weather system that the BOM had been warning about for several days. The system is moving across Australia's east coast, and there are severe weather warnings in place for large parts of New South Wales, including Sydney. Damaging winds, large hail, and heavy rainfall potentially leading to flash flooding are all on the cards for the eastern seaboard. Yay! Further inland in northeast New South Wales and southern Queensland, the risks include possibly destructive winds, giant hail, and a heavy rainfall leading to flash flooding. Items can still be seen on the dining table in this Clear Creek home. Here's some more damage. Tornado destroyed a number of houses. Paramedics were called to 2 demolished homes, one in Meadow Flat and another in Clear Creek. In Clear Creek, a man suffered facial injuries and a woman was taken to Bathurst Hospital with back and neck injuries. In Meadow Flat, a man in his 40s was taken to Orange Hospital with an arm injury. Inspector Mia Ferguson said patients were lucky to escape with relatively minor injuries, considering the damage the tornado caused. It's not every day you get called out to a tornado, and this one packed quite a punch. Properties have been severely damaged by the tornado. This fence ended up wrapped around a power pole. Local rural fire service Patrick Sinclair, who was cleaning up at the Meadow Flat house, said the family pet had been sucked up by the tornado. Oh, okay. I'm told that the moment I read that, I got scared for a second. Told the dog was picked up and lifted about 300 meters and survived, so that's good. The SES are doing their job and trying to put a cover over the top of the house and are just trying to keep everyone safe. He said the owner's livelihood was now in jeopardy as his tree lopping equipment had been ruined. Peel resident Kathy Jones said she came home to see her house swirling around. It took the house, the roof, it took everything, she said. Everything was just swirling around the house. There's not much left. We've got a big mess to clean up. She said she could see a big black cloud in the sky with her house destroyed. She had nowhere to seek shelter. There's broken windows. You always think you can go and hide under a bed, but there's glass everywhere in the house. Even the chimney's torn out of it, so there's smoke all in the house. Yeah, it's climate change. Who in here denies climate change? Get the fuck out. There's trees up against the fence. The chook's yard is all blown down. There's chooks everywhere. Ms. Jones said her neighbors were helping her clean up and offered her a place to stay. Electricity provider Essential Energy said roofing iron was blown into the electricity network at Clear Creek, bringing down power lines. About 164 customers are without power in the Limekilns, Clear Creek, Peel, and surrounding area after it was automatically switched off as a protective measure during the storm. BOM forecaster Gabriel Woodhouse said tornadoes were reasonably rare but not completely out of the question. Tornadoes are really quite very localized phenomena, so it's difficult to be able to predict those well in advance of time, she said. Ms. Woodhouse said the storm season was really kicking off and urged residents to check the BOM's website for the latest weather warnings, which I might do. That's fucking scary, dude. Holy shit. Let's have a look. Bureau of Meteorology, Sydney forecast. Let's have a look. Possible shower or storm. View the current warnings for New South Wales. What's going on, Ziwa? Have you turned the gamma up to max? Maybe. Where are we? Warnings current. Marine wind warning. Summary for New South Wales. Severe thunderstorm warning for central tablelands. Southwest slopes and parts of northern rivers. Mid-north coast. Hunter. Southern tablelands. Blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. That's scary. Jesus Christ. What have I missed? Yeah, earthquake in Victoria, tornado in New South Wales. If Queensland gets a locust plague, I'm getting the lamb's blood out. Yes, climate change is doing Australians. This is what climate change does. It's fucking us up. Anyway, hello Logan, how you doing? So yeah, we've got to deal with that now. We've got to contend with the weather. Just going, you know what? Fuck you. The weather has just decided, not today, bitch. You gonna lie down? Yeah, it's exhausting. I see why there are so many people. Kiara, have a good rest, by the way. I see why there are so many people, not just on this platform, but I was going to use this as a reference point, as an anchor point, who are just like, I'm just going to play video games and I'm not going to offer my perspective on the world in any way, shape, or form. Oh, hey, the footy ball match happened. I was rooting for the Patriotinos or whatever. I don't fucking know football. Anyway, yeah, I can see why there are so many people who just indulge their entire lives in distractions, TV shows, playing games, reading books, maybe, if that's a thing that people do. It's easy to just forget about the world. We are constantly indulged with so much media. Maybe this is why I'm exhausted with the Marvel shit, honestly. Because it's very, or Disney in general, the fucking Disney monopoly that's happening to the entertainment industry. It's very, very clear that the absolute saturation of particularly Star Wars and Marvel content and the consistent remakes of things that we've seen just as recently as like 10 years ago is just to keep us off thinking about the climate change, really. Realistically. Also getting torrential rains and constant storms in Perth now in spring. How long have I got in this rickety fucking shack I live in? Honestly, it's great. It's awesome. Hey, Milam, how's it going? This household is anti-Disney. No Disneys are allowed in this space. I'm at that point. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, but I'm at that point. Anyways. Oh, heck. It's 9:44. I should probably go get some water soon, or some coffee or something. I'm like, I'm out of water. I'm completely out. Oh, my lights are still on raid mode. Let's just fix that up really quick. Like 90% of new blockbuster movies are based on existing properties. Yeah, pretty much. You're not going to see original content, and if you see original content, it's entirely unoriginal content. We did run out of stories to tell. Pretty much. Well, there's only like 7 basic narratives, realistically speaking. So yeah, looking at it for what it really is. It's always been about adaptation after adaptation after adaptation. Anyway, I've hydrated with whatever was left in there. There is none left. I will get a new thing. And yeah, I don't doubt there are still good movies. I don't doubt there are still good takes on those existing narratives. Don't get me wrong. But it's hard to look for really original things, which also applies to video games, which also, feeds into the whole thing of why I'm so just completely burnt out on video games, generally speaking, and why Outer Wilds is so refreshing, because, quite frankly, thank you to Phage, I think it was, who purchased that for me, and thank you to everybody who's been enjoying the Outer Wilds streams, because I'm really, really enjoying it. Really great game. The DLC dropped today, and I'm very keen to try it. So, at the very least, there are a few little distractions out there that I can indulge in, where I'm, like, actually enjoying them, because it's not the same old thing time again. You can even condense those 7 narratives down to 3. I need to remind myself what those 7 narratives are specifically. Blockbusters are very limited in what they can do. Oh yeah, yesterday. Technically the DLC released yesterday. I'll be getting it as soon as I can. There's definitely new stuff out there, but the movie industry is very focused on large projects with tons of digital artists working for years. Yeah, this is what annoys me about the games industry again as well. Is like we have a huge issue with things looking better all the time. Like there's no focus on original narrative ideas, there's no focus on original concepts or in terms of games like gameplay mechanics. It's all about the game looking good. Like if we just stick strictly with the games, and you could broadly extrapolate this to movies as well, it's all just about the aesthetics. It's all just about the visuals. And I think we've definitely reached that peak point where it's like you can't make anything look that much better anymore. I think I saw a comparison of like, I think it was I can't remember what, but like something that came out 5 years ago and something that came out now, and I looked at the two of them and I'm like, yeah, I can see the detail differences, but I'm like, is anyone gonna fucking notice that? Is anyone really paying that much attention to the really tiny, finer details that they're putting into like video games or movies with their CGI? Like, it's just... Remember how amazing Portal was when it came out? I do. A really fresh movie you watched recently was Kajillionaire. This is why you've been enjoying indie games so much more lately. They're more focused on other things. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Tego. Feel like the industry is doing the same thing as back when movie, musicals, and roadshows collapsed. Lindsay Ellis has a pretty good video essay around that time. I'll have a look at that. I need to look at Baba Is You. I am intrigued by that one. How many games just control the exact same? Yeah, exactly. Portal, yeah, Portal is still great. I should honestly replay Portal. It's tremendous. We're going to achieve full, completely realistic virtual reality where we can have virtual sex with a virtual hooker, then we will reach the peak of games graphics. Anywho. There's been no focus on innovating game design in the industry for like the last decade now. Yeah, really. Like, there was certainly a time period where innovation in game design was at its peak, and we've definitely just hit that plateau and haven't gone anywhere. Thinking about how many games use memory loss and time loops as a plot point. I mean, I like time loops particularly as a fun mechanic, but it needs to be done well, of course. First you will be baked, then there will be cake. I should go get my water. VR has innovated a lot of new game concepts. Yeah, but the issue there, and the issue with gaming in general, is that video gaming is becoming more and more expensive, pricing a lot of people out of the market. So VR is already tremendously, prohibitively expensive for a lot of people. There are a lot of people who would consider themselves gamers who can't even buy into VR, who can't even buy into the new consoles because the market's being sold out of, like, all the graphics cards are being bought up, all the consoles are being bought up and being sold at like triple the market value. There's a whole lot of issues with the games industry as it stands right now, where people just can't even get into it to even experience the new stuff, can't even experience the innovations of VR because, yeah, it costs too much. The fact that a game came out of it, the fact that that game came out of Game Jam. Wait, which? Oh, Baba Is You? Yeah. Pro gamers only. Top movies from the last 5 years in no order: Parasite, Arrival, Uncut Gems, The Lighthouse, Portrait of a Lady on Fire. Oh, top movies from the last 5 years. I thought you meant your top 5 movies, and I'm like, there's more than 5 there. I liked Your Name. Train to Busan, Kajillionaire, Night is Short Walk on Girl, Finding Frances. Hello, Sotos. How you doing? It's going to be anyone's issue with an original idea, yeah. I'm generally pretty picky with what games I play these days. And I'm glad to have gotten into Outer Wilds because it is actually a very interesting concept. It's a nice mystery to solve. Best games of the decade: Witcher 3, Fallout 4, New Vegas, MGS-V, Undertale. These range from completely antiquated graphics with Undertale to fan-fucking-tastic with MGS5. Really shows you don't need good graphics for a legendary game. Why is Fallout 4 in there? I mean, New Vegas is good narratively in terms of its gameplay. Garbage. But yeah, Fallout 4 honestly doesn't deserve a spot in the best games of the decade by a large stretch. It's painfully outdated. Have I seen Portrait of a Lady on Fire? I have not. I'll give it a look. Where are we? Problem is, games are now made for casuals because of the huge profits. In the 90s and early 2000s, games were still niche and had more freedom to try stuff out. Well, yeah, they haven't... The reason that things are not innovative these days is because the games industry is less likely to take risks. This is why we see a lot of Ubisoft formula games. This is why I really liked the idea of Ghost of Tsushima up front, because Assassin's Creed Japan, but then you actually play it, and after a while you get bored of it because it's Assassin's Creed Japan. You've already played it. And you don't really, like, I don't know. Anywho, like, this is what annoys me, particularly about the fact that there are no original ideas anymore, especially in gaming. And we are seeing the same game formats repeated over and over again. We are seeing entire genres crop up, like the Battle Royales, for example. The Battle Royale genre became popular, and all of a sudden everybody needed to make one. So now we've got a bunch of them. You love my fingerless gloves? They're my arm warmers. They're really cute. They're cabled. Look. Anyway, what was I going to say? Like, the thing that's annoying me now in particular is the fact that they are remaking Dead Space, a game that came out 13 years ago and still holds up graphically. Like, Dead Space, and in terms of its gameplay, Dead Space is a good game that doesn't need a remake by any stretch. And I don't mean a remaster, which would be fine. And I still, like, even then, you know, remasters are unnecessary unless they're just bringing a game up to modern tech standards. But they're literally rebuilding Dead Space from the ground up, and I'm like, we don't need it. No one needs it. You know, no one asked for it. Am I goth? Hell yes. Well, I mean, we could argue the whole point of labels, but I consider myself goth and alt and whatever, you know. Yes, they are remaking, not remastering, remaking Dead Space. It still holds up well today. It's a very good game. Anyway, yeah. I consider myself goth. What do you folks consider goth? I don't know. I'm not one about gatekeeping labels. I consider myself goth purely from an aesthetic perspective. And in some ways purely from not purely from an aesthetic perspective, but that is a significant portion of it. But also an I don't know, and also a maybe an attitude perspective, maybe a general life outlook perspective. There are a lot of ways I consider myself to be nihilistic, which is generally a movement I've broadly associated with the goth movement, even if that's not necessarily true. But you know, strive to be big titty goth GF. Weren't those the people who had beef with Rome? Let's not get into that. Nuance. It's nuance. Hi Ziwa, how you doing? In goth we trust. You feel so smart right now. I'm proud of you, Ziwa. I know you're playing Outer Wilds. I know you're playing the DLC, and I'm like, I can't wait. I can't wait to play it. We're not gonna finish Outer Wilds tomorrow, I don't think, but we're definitely gonna play a bit more of it. Anyway, Disco Elysium. I've heard that's good. I would like to try it. At some point. I've heard it's a good game. TikTok. Is there a TikTok? Anyway. Oh god, dude, I'm so tired. I'm so yawny. Jesus Christ. There are quite a few news stories to go through as well tonight, including some COVID-related stuff, which I think we should do. But I'm honestly just kind of padding out the runtime until the next 4 minutes is up, so I can go on my break. Have I played Catherine? No, I have not. Although, in the same vein of like games about sexy women, Bayonetta. I love Bayonetta. It's nowhere near the same kind of concept at all, structurally speaking, but I am intrigued by Bayonetta 3. I want to play Bayonetta 2 because I haven't yet. Bayonetta is so pog. I want to repurchase Bayonetta 1 on Switch and then get Bayonetta 2. I want to replay through those. And then play the third one because Bay is Bay. What do I like to play on guitar? Very, very basic chords. And notes occasionally. I know maybe 3 riffs, not off by heart. I'm not good at it. I picked up my guitar a bit today. I dusted it off. I tuned it. I did practice a few chords for like 5 minutes, but I couldn't concentrate because my kids are here, which makes it harder to practice. You miss Robot Roller Derby Disco Dodgeball. Interesting. I've never heard of that one. That's just reminded me of the original, or like the game that came before Rocket League. Like, what was it called? Supersonic acrobatic rocket powered battle cars. There are women, but one character is queer and one is trans. Not a good representation of trans women. Could you explain why, Lydia? I've never played it. I'm never going to play it, honestly. It doesn't intrigue me. Would I rather learn songs or make my own? I would prefer to learn how to make my own songs, but I don't know music theory. I don't know the, I don't know if... What am I thinking? Yeah, I don't know any of the finer details behind that kind of thing. Cool as it would be, and yeah, Bayonetta is actually $6 at the moment, $6.24, which I might just get it on Steam, honestly, and then just buy Bayonetta on Switch, Bayonetta 2 on Switch, because the first one, I'm gonna add it to my cart now, and I'll buy it later. I'll buy it when I get paid tomorrow. But yeah, like I did play through Bayonetta when it originally released, really good game. But after when they did the sequel, it was Nintendo exclusive, which sucks. Thank you for telling me that, Necro. That's good shit. I wonder if it's the same on Switch. Hang on. Fucking hell, I'm tired. Jesus. Is Bayonetta... I want to see... for God's sake. Age verification. Fuck off. That's Bayonetta 2. I doubt it's on sale on Switch, on the Switch Digital Store at the moment. Yeah, it's not. Unshockingly. Boo, Nintendo. How dare you. Clary discusses the word Gothic's long and interesting history. It has advanced through many meanings such as barbaric, obsolete, and romantic terror, and he informs us that the original Gothic period or age was between the Roman and Renaissance periods, although it was only given this name after the fact. It is now known as the Dark or Middle Ages of Europe, and it received the term Gothic because of the Germanic tribes associated with the downfall of the Roman Empire, the Ostrogoths, and the Visigoths. There you go. Fun fact. Straight Up has a moment where she says she's a dude. When she's asked by the main character if she has a penis, it's just trap BS. Ah, yeah. There's a good video on why, like, trap is not really a thing, or it is, but only as a Western appropriation. And it basically greatly misinterprets ideas around transness. It's yeah. Anyway, it's a yike. The whole trap thing is a yike. It portrays trans women in a really negative light. Anyways, like, I hate that whole jokey attitude that some trans female characters are portrayed to have. It's like, I'm a dude, honey. It really doesn't do many favors for trans women in general, the portrayal thereof. I'm gonna go get water. I'm gonna go pee. I'm gonna go take my arm warmers off and put them back on when I come back. And we'll continue discussing things. There's a thing I want to talk about with regards to TERFs, to Turvin. So that's a thing that I've been putting off until the latter segment. So yeah, it sounds the yikes. I'm a trap. Like, if you get too close to me, you will set off an alarm that will throw you in a pit of spikes. Alright, BRB folks, don't go away. Eat my entire ass. Honestly, Necro, I don't care who wins. I just want to see one of them brain the other. Hi folks, your favorite's back. How's it going? How's it hanging? What's going on? Guess what I did at 10:05 p.m. Coffee. Alright. Oh, Journey was a good game. I'm just gonna set that up as a poll anyway. Hello, Solace. How you doing? Even if it is, we're doing Trump polls tonight apparently. It's the theme of the evening. Trump and, well, you know, fascist dictators. Here we go. Well, I mean, who will brain who, Bojo or Trump? There you go. Immediately off the bat there. Izzy, who do you think would win in a fist fight, Boris Johnson or Donald Trump? There we go. Yeah, Journey was really good. Your GF is here. Oh, you remember? I have never played any of that studio's other games, but I really did like Journey. Journey was really good. Journey was a tremendous game. You're American and your money is on Boris. You use a fork, personally, to eat my ass. I'm not going to comment on my sex life because I had an awkward question from someone who I don't want to answer questions about my sex life to today. So, anywho's, play Sky on Switch. Okay, hang on. Sky Children of the Light by that game company. Oh, I think I heard of this. This looks kind of cute. This looks really cute. Bojo already has a history of violence, whereas Trump has more of a history of empty threats. Well, there we go. Sorry. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Hey, it's so gross. Well, it wasn't a rando is the thing. It's just someone I don't want to share my personal sex life details with who was asking. But that said, Jasmine did have a good thread on Twitter about this very thing. Let me find... Definitely cannot show my Twitter feed at the moment because a friend of mine is posting whole ass nudes on there. Anyway, Jasmine had a good thread. Let me see if I can find it. Setting a boundary here because some people have crossed it. If I do not talk to you on a regular basis, have not given explicit permission, please do not talk to me about your genitals. Same kind of thing. So, fine with sex jokes and medical questions, but don't hit me up with genital talk. Just generally that kind of thing. That kind of... Boris Johnson would win categorically, it seems. 91% of you voted Boris Johnson. There we go. But yeah, like that subject... I mean, I would make jokes about my own sex life, don't get me wrong. But there are definitely some people who I've noticed... in both on Twitter, or some people have even DM'd me, or just even here in stream occasionally. Some people do cross a line with regards to sex talk. And yeah, there is this one person in my personal life who I have to see fairly regularly who has a habit of, like, I should really put my foot down, set some boundaries there, but I'm a non-confrontational kind of person and I have to see this person in the flesh, which makes it difficult. But yeah, they have a habit of asking questions that I don't want to answer. But they specifically asked me about my sex life at the moment, and I'm like, let's not. I'll answer anyone's questions about my sex life because I have no grace. Could say why Trump would lose with one word, McDonald's. Well, clearly only sex talk is allowed if it's about how Albie is a bottom. Should really tell him I don't want to get into this stuff. I should just put my foot down. I should just say, no, we're not discussing that. We're not having that discussion. I don't want to talk about it. But I feel like even if I just said that outright, they wouldn't get it. Yeah, I feel like they wouldn't get it. Anyway, yeah, confrontation's hard. It really is. Like, how are you supposed to address these things? Hello, guinea pig. How's it going? Okay, so who wants to react to some Graham Lennon? Who wants to listen to Graham Lennon's voice? I don't, but I do. At the same time, you know, who would be more entertaining, Donald Trump versus an imaginary opponent, or Boris Johnson versus a hippo covered in oil? Graham Lennon is that guy from the United Kingdom, who wrote a bunch of shows like Black Books and... Was it Black Books? The It Crowd, Father Ted, and later decided the best expenditure of his time and energy was to constantly harass transgender people on the basis of him being a huge feminist. He's campaigning for women's rights against the vile menace of the transgenders. And recently, I'm not 100% certain what the situation is with Rosie Duffield. What was it? Let me find out. Let's have a look. There was a... where was it? Let me just quickly find a little bit of backstory. MP Rosie Duffield wants meeting with Sir Keir Starmer over transgender debate. Rosie Duffield, who has clashed with campaigners over her views on self-ID for trans people, said the party's position was unclear, but a senior Labour MP said it was being used as a wedge issue when the party should be focused elsewhere. Ms. Duffield also confirmed she would not attend this week's party conference after online threats to her safety, which has been greatly exaggerated. But at any rate, she has made a few points about transness, which has incensed the trans community. And recently she did appear on this podcast with Graham Linehan. And it's... Did I ever see that pic of him posting on Mumsnet after he got banned from Twitter? And they're like, get the fuck out of here. Yes, I did. It's fucking hilarious. It's detestable. It's miserable. I want to look at least a bit of this podcast, see if there's something we can react to. It goes for about an hour, but we probably won't do the whole thing. But let's have a gander here. They might get into some things that I'm not entirely familiar with, but effectively someone summed up Graham Linehan's YouTube channel and his blog as a man who just, like, somebody said his YouTube channel was like 100-something hours of a man just obsessed with trans people. And that's his blog too. If you go into his blog, it's the same mess. It's the same old thing. I do actually wonder if he's caught wind of me by any chance. Anyways. Sink Turf Island, but then we lose all the funny British people. The problem with the funny British people is, by and large, it seems like British celebrities are joining in with the TERFs. More and more, every so often, we hear about some gross UK person who happens to have aligned themselves with the awful TERF agenda. Anyway, let's have a listen.
Hey, hello everyone.
Hi. Helen Stanaland is also another one who's come up in the TERF discourse, and now we're going to listen to Glinner.
Lovely to see you all. Thank you for joining me, as usual, Helen and Artie. We have a very special show for you today. Can't quite.
Jimmy Carr is one of the only British people you like,
because this is usually, well, I don't know. I mean, we'll explain why it's unusual as we go. But our special guest today is Rosie Duffield. She'll be turning up around 5:30.
I like how they've got at least. Does he mean like half past? Yeah, he does. Like half past the whole thing. Should we skip ahead to where Rosie Duffield, penis Stalingrad? Do we want to watch the rest of it up to this point, or do we want to go straight to the part where Rosie Duffield joins in? Because it seems like there's a bit of an interesting discussion there. Anyway, Jimmy Carr is one of the only British people you like. I am familiar with him to a point. Humor as an industry, the less Glinner, the better. Yeah, let's skip ahead to where.
Now's a big moment. Let's have Rosie.
Why does Glinner's nose look crooked? Why is his face fucking melting? The TERFs TV podcast. Fast forward to the interesting, yeah.
Rosie, lovely to see you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, thanks for having me. Hi.
Love how they're all chipper and happy-go-lucky right now.
It's very good of you to turn up. I am still kind of astonished that you did it, but I tell people that I think you realize something I realized when I got into this fight, because I was got into this fight. Let's start out with the violence rhetoric. Originally marked for liking tweets, and I think that's what happened to you too, isn't it? Isn't that what was your earliest transgression according to them?
Oh God, I'm not sure. I mean, I think I was workier than that.
Yeah, fight, right? Like getting into this fight with the transes because he liked some tweets. Okay, that's all you did.
When I first...
Like, this is what's so wild is like they get caught out liking some transphobic tweet. Yeah, the fight against other people's rights. And then they immediately just radicalize and go straight down the road of turning this into their entire life by Glinner, at least, as a standard.
I sort of got onto Twitter, and Labour MPs follow minorities and want to support them, and that's what I've always been about. And I grew up knowing about gay rights, sort of in the 80s, and all of those things. So I've always been interested in that. I've gone to Pride forever, and I started sort of watching your Twitter account and other people's and thinking, I'm really uncomfortable with some of this, but I would still tweet sort of, really pro-trans things. And I was, trying to understand how horrendous it must be to be trans. And I got to know a few trans people in the Labour Party and activists and things. And I thought, of course they deserve their rights. But
of course they deserve their rights, but... These are marginally famous people in the UK, yeah. Just Kidding, Rolling, and Ricky Bob the Chimp Gervais are just bullies who say controversial things, pretending to be funny but are just bigots. I mean, J.K. Rowling isn't even a comedian. She's just someone who really, really needed to make a point about the transes with her 14.5 million followers on Twitter or whatever it is.
Then I realised that, we were losing our language. And when Piers did his tweet...
Oh, no, we're losing our language. Is this about like the birthing people thing that Cory Bush said?
I just thought, I've got to kind of just go out there. I've got to like that tweet. I've got to just say, come on, this is ridiculous. And it was
Yeah, losing what language exactly is what I would like to know. What language are you losing? People still understand the meaning of words.
He's serious. He was kind of just joking how silly it was, wasn't he? So I thought,
no, that tweet, he just said something about in defense of the fact that only women have cervixes. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, God, here we go. This is where this rhetoric comes from. Well, maybe not specifically this, but the only women have cervixes thing is completely dismissing trans men and non-binary people for anyone who missed that bullshit. And, of course, it's also doing the whole trans women are not women thing. Let us say things without consequence.
He said,
Because
do
it
you
was
mean
like
women?
a medical post, wasn't it?
So yeah, it basically is the birthing people thing. It's legitimately just the birthing people thing again that Cory Bush said. So for those of you who missed this, Cory Bush, representative of I forget what exactly her role is, but she's an American politician who referred specifically to birthing people in an official speech that she was making. I forget what the specific context was. And as a result of her saying birthing people, there were a bunch of contrarian reactionaries calling her out for saying birthing people and being inclusive of everyone who can give birth, which includes trans men and non-binary people. Is there anyone on that panel that's on the right side? Nope. It's a bunch of reactionaries talking about trans people. None of them are trans.
It was a medical post saying, don't let's forget to advise, I think it was American or something, don't let's forget to advise people with cervixes to go and...
These people have too much free time. This is why there needs to be another war.
...have a smear test. And he just went, do you mean women? Exclamation mark.
That's and again, this is the same thing that J.K. Rowling did as well. Want to push a cello into traffic. This is the same thing that J.K. Rowling did, is posting a tweet about how, what was it, people with wombs, or whatever it was, people who menstruate, the people who menstruate thing. And J.K. Rowling made the specific point of, I'm sure we used to have a word for these. And then she posted some stupid Harry Potter speak trying to say women, basically. Anyway.
And I thought, well, yeah, since when did we become erased from those kind of conversations? But there is a more serious point about the words we use. And I've had so many discussions with people who are concerned about migrant women in their area. Kent has a lot of asylum seekers, and women come over often not...
I'm confused. Why are we jumping from the transphobia and the language used around women or whatever immediately to migrant women specifically? What would Rowling know about how to use words? Yeah, this is a tough thing.
Fully speaking English. If their husbands are...
Oh, that's why. Fully speaking, blah, 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 blah.
In the doctors or something like that, they see
yeah, it's
the
Rosie
posters,
Duffield.
They don't really know the services of the NHS yet. It's a real thing. I've had people
Absolutely.
writing to me about it. So it is
Yeah.
really important we use the right words, actually.
What's wrong with inclusive language, and what's wrong with perhaps people who do not fully understand English, who are learning English as a second language, learning said inclusive language. Do they not think about that?
And
great point.
when you did like that tweet, were you kind of surprised at how much focus it got and how vicious the backlash was?
Yes and no, because the first person who sort of brought it to the world's attention was someone who'd absolutely loathed me because I didn't adore Jeremy Corbyn. So it was the same people that had been trolling me since I got elected, pretty much.
Yeah, the right words, right? Let's be real, J.K. Rowling got lucky. That's why she is at where she is. It's not because she's actually talented. She's also incredibly privileged. Like, she came from a wealthy family to begin with. So fortunate might be the better term. But there was, like, she did deviate from her family for a bit. But, you know, just let it slip. She thinks non-English speakers are stupid. Are you surprised that bigotries intersect? Why does Graham Lennon look like that? Who punched him really hard in the jaw? By the look of it, himself.
And since I put my head above the parapet over anti-Semitism. But it is also worthwhile saying that those were just mostly local activists. And I've always said since I got elected that the thing that unites us in Parliament is just being women. We're still only a third of the House. You're then partisan. And I'm so humbled, actually, by the fact that women on the far left of the party traditionally have kind of embraced me and almost forgiven what they see as my kind of betrayal of Jeremy Corbyn, just to kind of unite over this issue. And that is really humbling, because I know that
Wasn't she living on the streets for a while? I am not 100% certain. I think that sounds familiar, though.
they've had to park their feelings about me from before. And I'm really grateful to them for that, because it must have been difficult, actually.
Well,
Why do TERFs talk about women in such a culty way? Because they really want to categorize women as a very specific set of stereotypes. You have some really good trans news, by the way. A little step is made. I was ordering something from the clinic on the NHS website, and they asked the question, what is your sex? It said female, including trans female, and male, including trans male, and non-binary and other options. The NHS is finally working on recognizing trans people. Not just this, but all the questions after that are trans and NB inclusive. Fuck yes. Hell yeah.
it's such a strange... Sorry, go ahead, Ellen.
Hang on a sec. I just want to do something really quickly. Over here. Bring that over there. Okay, cool. Where are we? I don't want to look at Graham Lennon's YouTube channel. However, there is a blog post of his that we can look at after this as well, because, you know, Graham Lennon is always great content.
I wanted to say, you know, you have actually, in putting your head above the parapet there, you have brought this issue. You've done a huge amount to bring this issue to the public. You know, we've been talking about it for the last decade.
This issue, bringing this issue. What's the issue? What issue are you bringing to the public? What's the issue? This issue. What issue?
But now it's mainstream. It is mainstream, and we thank you for that. You've put up with a lot in order to get us here. But now we are here, and Andrew Marr is asking these questions of politicians on national TV. You know, people are hearing about.
Oh yeah, like Ricky Gervais in general. Like if we were to just talk about Ricky Gervais for a second, like you look through his career and it's all super yikes, generally speaking.
Yes,
But worth
yes.
saying,
And I have to
you
say,
lot-
as a gay man, I really appreciate that you have been so supportive of the LGBT community as such. And I don't think that's a coincidence that it's
The
that
LGBT community as such, and I'm not going to move my camera out of the way of this man's face.
you feel so much empathy for lesbians and gays and for the gay community that you're starting to see that it's okay to be a little bit critical of an issue that touches on that.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it's a bit of a Nixon in China kind of situation, that you have to be confident that you're not going to...
As a gay man, as a mother, like that kind of thing. Glenn still hasn't invited a trans person onto his little show. Exactly. Not actually interested in an honest look at trans issues. Would you be shocked? We call that Backpfeifensgesicht, which translates to faces that are very compelling to punch. I recall that one, yeah. LGBT community. It's funny how, like, they're basically talking stock standard transphobia, and he still includes the T in there.
to be pegged as homophobic, and you have to be confident that you know, that you trust, that you have faith in the LGBT community, that you know when to say that there are problems within it.
At the very least, he's not hesitating to say LGBT community, but I get the suspicion he's not one of those kinds of people who is completely inclusive of the T. He's just saying LGBT because, funnily enough, that's the generally accepted nomenclature, and they're talking about language.
So I really appreciate...
he's Graham Lennon. Graham Linehan. Linehan.
that. Thank you.
Thank you for saying that, Artie, because it's the most hurtful insult that's been thrown at me is about being homophobic or biphobic or transphobic even. But the idea that someone
maybe don't be transphobic and biphobic and homophobic then maybe I just anyway. I don't really recall seeing any of this on TV. So these people aren't the people that were in the shows he wrote. He was a writer on a bunch of sitcoms, including It Crowd. Oh, hang on. Oh, that sounds horrible, Rosie. I wonder why. Transphobic even. Ricky Gervais was never funny. Been telling your friends this forever, but it's not until recently they started to agree. Horrible even as a comedian, let alone a person. Not transphobic. I just hate trans folk.
I've spent my entire kind of teenage and adult life.
She's an MP. I don't know. Stanalan's a writer. I don't know what Artie is.
That's really deep. The idea that someone who's spent my entire kind of teenage and adult life working with gay people and gay rights as much as I could and being an ally, that's really deeply hurtful, actually.
Yes,
so,
I know.
There's very few things
oh no, it's all about me and my feelings.
important to me.
Let's remember, people may not notice this, but
all I'm doing is criticizing the fact that the transvestites want to co-opt our language and they're hurting my feelings because I'm an ally and it's all about me.
May not know this, but Fred Sargent, who was actually at Stonewall, was thrown off Twitter and is considered and is himself called phobic.
Oh my god, Glinner doesn't let the Twitter thing go. It's fucking depressing, dude. He lost his Twitter account, and that, in addition to the transphobia, has never left his mind. He's obsessed with this. May lurk for a second and cook a quick dinner. Sounds good, Lupa.
Because he doesn't agree with this.
The man who founded the first gay pride march in the world.
It's extraordinary.
Yeah.
I mean,
in fact, can I just say to Helen, actually, she's saying that I've brought this to the world stage. It is incredibly important that people like me who've come along now acknowledge all of the things that you guys have done, because you were incredibly, all of the stuff that you've said and done has led me here, and sort of, you've walked through the streets on your own with a kind of torch going.
I wonder how many people genuinely follow this content. For context, the podcast itself has only got 9,384 views, and he's only got 10.4k subscribers. And there is a sizable number of TERFs out there, but it doesn't, there was a little bit of a study sort of done with regards to Twitter TERF accounts that basically outlined that there are a lot of them making a lot of accounts, and they all just sort of incestuously follow each other. So you'll see a bunch of TERFs who've got like 5,000 followers, but they're also following 5,000 accounts, and a lot of them are sock puppets. I dare say it might be the same thing here. Is Glinner jerking off or something? Why is his camera shaking? Yeah, for someone who is so prevalent in the TERF discourse, he's actually not really as well known as he would like to think he is.
Look at me, and it's terrifying, and it's scary for me in Parliament, kind of looking behind me and going, oh my god, everyone hates me and no one's backing me up.
Unironically, Broken, I have considered going double agent and making an alt account on Twitter that is just to invade the TERF spaces and keep an eye on them. I'm really intrigued by the idea, but the problem is swapping accounts on Twitter is a pain in the ass.
But you guys were there first, and you taught me what was going on, and you were much braver, and Graham being completely obliterated by Twitter.
I also don't want to expose myself to all that hatred all the time, but...
It must have been pretty horrible.
Yeah, it would be bad for my mental health, like going on Kiwi Farms or 4chan or something. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. That means a lot. That really...
You don't think anyone in that conversation actually has an issue with the trans community? What makes you say that?
It means a lot. I mean that's what we're always trying to do. We're always trying to show people it is possible to speak about this without hurting people's feelings. It's possible to kind of find a way through it. The big issue for me at the moment, and I don't know whether you agree with this.
Okay. So it's possible to speak about this issue without hurting people's feelings. This is the guy who has gone out of his way on several occasions to take a particularly notable trans person's photos from their pre-transition when they were in their teens and slag them off on his blog. I'm just going to say, we can talk about this without hurting people's feelings. Dude, you've posted pictures of a literal child on your blog to slander a person for being trans. Fuck you.
But we were just saying earlier that I genuinely believe that Stonewall have been involved in fraud.
Yeah, Not Cursed E. What's her name? I forgot what her name is. the journalist, at Not Cursed E is her name. And yeah, he's posted her pre-transition photos from when she was a young teenager, a child. He posted pictures of a child and dragged her. So yeah.
You know, by misrepresenting, I don't want you to say something that will get a headline.
And people like this, you know, imagine being named Artie Morty. Like, people like this are going to act as though... This comes back around to the thing we were talking about before about reactionary commentators like Ben Shapiro, right? Is that they will put on this facade of being kind and polite and understanding and all that, but the reality is they are absolutely reprehensible people. You know, don't believe a word they say, you know. Yeah, we're talking about Glinner. Enjoying hot chocolate and chilling in here. Anyway. Don't believe a word of their bullshit.
But by misrepresenting the Equality Act, they have led so many different organizations and institutions into a very confused and into a place that's going to take a lot of money to undo.
Yeah.
Oh, they're fighting against the Equality Act, which is kind of ludicrous because trans people have been protected under the Equality Act 2010 the entire time. It's not news. It's not some new radical thing. They've always been protected under the Equality Act.
I mean, lots of people interpret the law as they want it to be, don't they? And, you know, there's a certain degree...
It's pretty cut and dry. It's not interpreted. It's cut and dry. Like, it's straight up legal speak.
...of kind of license allowing people to do that, I suppose.
The bigotry is pretty consistent. The thing with conservatives, though, is that they like to masquerade as though they're nice. This is why, well, some of them do. Some of the conservatives I've seen like to masquerade as though they're nice. We talked about this earlier about the people who pretend as though I could be friends with anyone, I could get along with anyone, but secretly they wish that you would be lined up against the wall, you know.
Not with murder and
Solve,
things,
go fuck yourself,
but,
dude.
you know, but in terms of kind of legislation that might suit your agenda, I can understand why they would try and interpret it a different way, but they have been incredibly misleading, and companies have paid a vast...
Please explain how they've been misleading. Rosie, I want to know how they've been misleading. They've been interpreting the law precisely.
Amount of money to sign up for what is essentially their kind of equalities advice, and, you know, let's be as friendly as possible. And who wouldn't want that? Who wouldn't want to sign up in good faith to make their workplaces completely diverse and friendly and open and safe for everyone? But their advice seems to be really quite peculiar at times, and their take on the law is as they would want it to be, not as it actually.
This is kind of harkening back to the thing with Maya Forstater, who didn't get fired. Let's clarify for a second. Maya Forstater did not get fired for being transphobic in the workplace. She refused to refer to a transgender colleague by that transgender colleague's preferred pronouns and name, right? I think it was name as well, but anyway, it doesn't matter. And as a result of that, she was part of a think tank, and she was on a contract, and when it came time to renew that contract, the company didn't renew the contract, which sparked the whole day. You got the job. Thank you for the 2,000 bits. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Thank you kindly. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of money. Also made remarks about them on Twitter while still working with the person, and then turned it into this whole legal crusade, which got the support of J.K. Rowling, which spiraled that whole thing. And now, yeah, like they want to talk about diversity in the workplace and all of this kind of thing, while simultaneously saying, well, I shouldn't have to refer to any transgender person by their preferred pronouns. It's illegal because the language or something. I don't know. Crowder strikes me as a grown-up version of the kid who eats bugs for attention. Crowder's got some issues. Crowder's got a number of issues. Anyway, moving on.
Is at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But we know that this is something that can actually work, because a lot of the law is how you interpret it. Like, you know, you have a 20-mile-an-hour limit, but you know, it's kind of interpreted as sort of 25, isn't it? And that's sort of what people do. So
what? No, 20 miles an hour is interpreted at 25. What? Is she talking speed limits? No, like, the speed limit on a road that's 50 is 50, Helen. I don't know how to break it to you, but, like, speed limits are pretty set in stone. I've gotten tickets for going 5Ks over, mate. Like, Is she friends with fucking what's his name? Oh, the guy. Hang on. Give me a second. Hold on. Oh yeah. Is she particularly close friends with Terrence Howard by any chance? Guy who thinks 1 + 1 is 3 legitimately wrote a whole theory on it.
Stonewall know exactly what they're doing, and so this is why we have to point it out. We have to say, I mean, what we would like.
Have to point out you've been speeding. In Wales, the speed limit is debatable, apparently.
Is a full and absolute clarification from the government on women's single-sex spaces. We only want it in a tiny...
There's no single-sex spaces. This is a rhetorical tactic they've been using. They are gendered spaces. They are not sexed spaces. They are conflating the terms sex and gender, or they're trying to erase the terminology of gender. You're about to inject while watching this? Wait, like HRT or heroin? Because I'll take either at this point.
Number of areas. And like we've said so many times, we're not really asking for a lot. Just a full, like a clarification and, absolutely spaces for trans people to feel safe. This is something that should also be considered.
But see, let's talk about this for a second. So she's talking about single-sex spaces. So she wants women's toilets to be biological females' toilets. She wants men's toilets to be biological males' toilets. And she wants trans-specific spaces. Do you see the issue? I'm just going to posit this to the audience. Do you perhaps see the issue with creating specific transgender spaces in a society that still has pretty extreme levels of hate crimes committed against trans people that are either not passing or that are out publicly? Do you see the issue with creating those private spaces for transgenders? You see how that might not work very well, Helen Stanaland? That area will be a target, exactly. Use the bold men's bathroom, exactly. Her argument would have more steam if she said it from a kitchen. Gotta replace those heroin replacement therapy. Replace the heroin with vaping. It works. It works for cigarettes, I think. I don't know. Just one little exclusion rule so nobody will make transgender spaces. And they say the same thing when it comes to the trans athletes discussion. Make a transgender athletes league. It's like, that's not going to work. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. It's not how any of this works. This is not how Moving on.
Considered, but women
segregation
do have the right just to have these few spaces away from male-born people.
From male-bodied people. They have the right to have these spaces away from male-bodied people. Where are let's just say, for example, they don't do the transgenders. Is she also suggesting intersex-specific bathrooms? Yeah, this is the reality of the situation, is that, let's just use bathrooms as a general coverage of this particular topic. Gendered bathrooms in general, or sexed bathrooms in general, are a stupid idea and need to be done away with yesterday. We need to move towards a system where those kind of spaces are individual spaces, not sexed or gendered spaces. If you want real, true safety and privacy, and even then, it's a stretch. But I went 24, what's it called? Anytime Fitness. I've been in a few different Anytime Fitness gyms. And what they have in their change rooms, get this, they have individual bathrooms. They have individual bathrooms with a toilet with a disability rail and a shower, a sink, changing area in general. The whole room is an individual space. It's not meant for more than one person, right? I don't understand. I mean, I'm not expecting shopping centers to start putting in individual spaces with showers, but what's exactly the issue with moving towards that system instead of trying to create transgender-specific spaces, right? How about we just get rid of public bathrooms? Everyone has to hold it in and go in a bush. Fuck you. Helen, would you like me to sit on the other side of the bus? Office has gendered individual bathrooms, which is some brainworms architecture. That is so dumb. There'll be a lot of women very uncomfortable with men being in the same bathroom for sure. Individual bathrooms seem better. This is what I was mentioning. I don't think I made this point, but how are they going to feel if they make them sex-segregated bathrooms? and trans men are then forced to use the previously women's toilets, if they're forced to use the biological females' toilets, what's the go there? Are they going to be okay with like big, butch, bearded, burly trans men being in their sex-segregated spaces? What's the go there? And their solution of, let's create some trans-exclusive spaces too. It's like, it's not going to work.
Some small areas.
Who came around and knocked on our front door and said, you know, those spaces that you've always thought you could escape to if you needed, you know, women and girls lose, and you know. This
is the thing, like when they're going on about these spaces, trans women have been using those for years and years and decades and decades. This is not a new thing, right? It's not a new thing. It's only because it's a current discourse that they're angry about it. Had women walk in a male's bathroom during Comic-Con and it was awkward because urinals and such.
Single sex.
There was a good meme about that.
Is it okay?
Why does Glinner's camera keep moving? Yeah.
Okay, if we just give those to a load of other people without asking you. No one asked me, and no one asked me, actually. So.
What's he laughing at? I'm not sure what the funny is there.
Oh, excuse me? No, thank you. You know.
Oh, the no thank you thing, which was cycling around when Laurel Hubbard lost at the Olympics. Yeah, what did she say that made him chuckle? Hang on, let me come back.
Other people without single sex services you needed, you know, and said, you know, those spaces that you've always thought you could escape to if you needed, you know, women and girls.
Escape to, okay, so let's just clarify this. Those places you could escape to if you needed, let's just say, for example, trauma centers, or things of that nature. Is there any reason that trans women should be excluded from those? What is it? Where abuse survivors go, to shelters, like women's shelters and things like that. Are they basically saying that trans women who've faced abuse don't deserve the right to go into abuse shelters for women?
Girls lose, and you know, single sex services. Is it okay if we just give those to a load of other people without asking you? No one.
That's a joke, apparently. That's what made him laugh. Is it okay that we give those to a load of other people? Again, coming back around to it, trans women have been using those services and spaces for years. You never noticed.
No one asked me, and no one asked me, actually.
And they haven't been preying on people, shockingly enough. You've seen women walk into a men's bathroom, the line for the ladies was too long and nobody cared. Yeah, people just want to go to the bathroom. Haha, funny. No wonder his comedy sucks. Went to the country for Christmas last year and being so used to having access to unisex public bathrooms so often and then there not being any gave me a huge amount of dysphoria I hadn't expected, and it was awful.
So, excuse me? No, thank you. You know.
Good for you. That's brilliant to hear. What do you think? Do you like this week? It's obviously a tough time for the government. They've got you know, the fuel crisis going on and so forth, and Labour haven't really been able to take advantage of that this week because they've been embroiled in this. Do you see any way for them out of this kind of trap that they've kind of stepped into themselves?
Trap is a slur.
Well, I'm not going to help them step out anytime soon. I want to see us shift and at least have the conversation. And I would hope that the embarrassment that has been levelled at some of my colleagues and just us as a party over this would at least shift the narrative a bit, would at least just say, come on. I mean, some of those people that have been interviewed have been so woefully out of their depth. I think you've probably covered that before I got here. But, you know, it's totally embarrassing. And this is something we're supposed to be all over. You know, these are legal points that we're arguing or potentially arguing in Parliament.
Hang on. This is a good little panel comic about trans women in bathrooms. Let me see what it is. Oh, hang on. Let's have a look at this. One slow evening at the multiplex. Man, did that suck. Think we can get our money back? Not after we sat through the whole damn thing. Wait up, okay? I have to pee. Oh, excuse me. Lois, I have to go too, but I just want to wait a minute. I know Jillian's cool and she's done great work with the Avengers and everything, but I don't know. I still kind of feel weird using the bathroom with someone who used to be a man. Mo, I'm not going to stand around here all night just because you're having a transphobia attack. Get over it and go pee or we'll leave without you. Excuse me, aren't you in the wrong bathroom? Of course she's not. Take a closer look, hun. Thanks, Jillian. I'd do the same for you, you know. Thanks, but I actually don't have much problem in the ladies' rooms, at least not since my Nobody Knows I'm a Transsexual t-shirt. Okay. Where are we? Okay, we cared because this was during the height of the trans bathroom debate, and it was ironic that they were running into the male's room. Urinals don't have proper barriers here. These people are god-awful, that they are. Is Rosie talking about herself here? Look at the face. That's a react. That's an emote. If the Labour Party keeps Rosie on its books, then the party is dead to you. A lot of people have said that in the wake of her comments about trans people and in the wake of her transphobic remarks. A lot of people... we could take a screenshot. Hang on. Paint. There we go. I've got that saved in Paint now.
Any time now, it's a talking point for people and for our CLPs.
If you're in the Discord, I'll chuck it in the Discord as a reaction.
For our members actually, and yet people don't seem to have any idea. There's loads of things I don't understand.
Yeah, UK Labour and Oz Labour are different. What is it? Labour in Australia is the left wing party, more like centre, left of centre, arguably, and Liberal is the right wing party. Tomorrow is October. It is.
I don't understand quantitative.
Get keen for pumpkin season or spooky season, whatever. I don't know.
Easing. I really don't. I can't even say it. But I'm not. I'm not sort of doing interviews based on that. If I was, I hope I would at least read up on it a little bit or talk to colleagues who know a lot more about that than I do. But nobody asked my point of view before they did an interview over me. Every single one of them has my phone number.
Oh, okay. So you're complaining about the fact you're on a podcast with 3 other cis people, right? So the cis woman is on a podcast with 3 other cis women talking about trans issues while there are no trans people in the discussion. And this is a common thing with regards to trans representation in media in general. There's not a lot of mainstream trans journalism that involves trans people actually being the focus of the discussion. Or rather, trans people being involved in the discussion that's being had around them. Funny that. It's going right these days after Corbyn left leadership. The UK is the more left-leaning party. Goth Girl season is upon us. Yay. TW assaults in toilets. Be very careful using men's when looking like a woman. If you do it a lot, you'll run into men who are real filth. And they think of women using the men's as a dirty, up for it, crazy girls and start serious harassments or assaults. Be safe. There is a very real reason women go to toilets in packs. Also, watch out in the passageways outside toilets. That's a very good point. Halloween's not really a thing in Australia, but I've noticed like a number of supermarkets and department stores will put up like Halloween decorations and stuff. But generally speaking, like trick-or-treating or Halloween in general is not really celebrated. You're very unlikely to see a house done up for Halloween or people wearing costumes. I've done like one Halloween party in my life, which was fun, but not really.
They'd even just picked the phone up and said, I'm going to be doing an interview. They're going to be asking me that. What should I say? What are your views even? But, and then I can decide what not to say and what to say. No one did. And then they were all quite embarrassed about not knowing what the argument was. And I think that is because we haven't talked about it. It took me a very long time to get a meeting with the leader of this party and, my party. And I still don't think he's particularly au fait with all of the groups who are trying to talk about this. Labour Women's Declaration have been asking to see him for a while. They have 6,000 or 7,000 signatures plus now. Those are all Labour members. We should be listening to groups that big and finding out what the arguments are.
No, it's true, because I was thinking about this earlier. Despite the fact that we're always smeared as being right wing, like I would say 99% of the women that I know on...
Well, stop having right wing talking points for a start.
Twitter, embroiled in this issue, are left. They are Labour voters traditionally.
Yeah.
And honestly, we want to vote Labour. We want...
Well, I mean, like Scribbles has mentioned, it's going right these days. It certainly seems that way, because once you start targeting minority groups and trying to exclude them from public spaces, it's not exactly a very left-leaning position to take.
Party to take some notice of us, to listen to the arguments, and then to say, look, here's a compromise. A compromise should be very, very easy to achieve.
There's no compromise.
Genuinely believe this. It's not that difficult. But honestly, we've still got some members of the party who are saying there is no conflict. When we keep this...
Well, yeah, there really is no conflict. You guys, this is the I'm going to be a little bit personal here. By and large, my daughter is well behaved. Okay, my daughter minds her own business. She does her own thing. She does whatever she wants. Right? My son picks fights. That's where we're at with this. Like, just to use that as an analogy, I mean, kids are annoying little shits, but where in this circumstance, and this is weird because, like, I suppose my daughter is the older one of the two, but just generally speaking, we're like two bickering children, except one of them is the more well-behaved one. And we're generally the more well-behaved one over on the trans side of the discussion. And the other side just keeps trying to pick a fight with us, keeps jabbing at us constantly. And we are forced into this position of needing to defend ourselves and sometimes getting a bit inflammatory about it. You know? Just one compromise, one step back, one more gatekeeping and another, just another compromise. Yeah. We're getting picked at constantly, just jabbed. It's like, hey, pay attention to us. Hey. And don't compromise by letting them pick fights sometimes. Exactly.
Clearly a conflict. We're talking about it. The fact that we're here now is a conflict. But there's, I mean, at least
the fact that we're here now is a conflict that you guys started, for the record.
To recognise there's a conflict. Now, I do think that this week it's been recognised. You know, as you say, people have been embarrassed on the television, on the radio over it. And
on the television, on the radio. She sounds like such a nana, which it makes sense given how she looks, but still. I'm just jabbing at her for being old, basically. There's no
but they've got an opportunity now to think, okay, this is an issue that we have to consider. We can't say no debate. We can't ignore it any longer. We do have to talk about it. Let's see what the actual issue is, and let's try and find a way out.
May I also add something to your point, Rosie? It's not just that this is going. I don't think it's going to be. It's not just that Labour are betraying women on the kind of, you know, who are going to vote.
Oh, that's a very good point, Clara, actually. TERFs view women as these innocent little pure babies, and that's just patriarchal, to be honest. Which, when you come back to the trans women in sports thing, is exactly the same issue. Is the constant argument against trans athletes is that someone with a male body stands no chance against a cis woman, against a woman born with a vagina. And it's just infantilizing. It's just taking away the agency of the athlete in, like, if we look at the fight with Alana McLaughlin recently. You know, her opponent is a capable fighter, you know, but by saying, oh, Alana had 33 years of male development, or whatever it was, the testosterone ravaged her physique. And I mean, I dare say a lot of trans women feel the same. We all have at some point suffered from testosterone poisoning, and I'm trying to reverse the effects of that as much as I can. But still, you know, the argument is always made that no real woman would stand a chance against someone born with a male body. And it's just treating them like they're kids going up. It's like they're treating them like David going up against Goliath. That's ridiculous. You know, it's taking away all of that woman's agency and treating her as though she's something to be shielded and protected from the real world, the harsh realities of the real world. Anyway.
Labour have, by going along with the idea that women are just, the women complaining about this are just a bunch of bigots, they are endangering of in fact, I think they probably already alienated a huge part of their activist base. You're insulting women like Helen Steele and women like Linda Bellos. You know, you're betraying those women for the benefit of people who don't even know what they're talking about, you know? Like, when
you guys are literally talking about something you don't know anything about.
Where do you think this is kind of, how much would you put this as a kind of a problem amongst people who, well, I don't know, a generational problem? I mean, how do we address the generational aspect of this?
I did used to think that it was very clear lines, because Twitter, of course, kind of polarizes everything and makes you think that it is, you know, everyone under kind of, I don't know, 30 feels the same way. But I met a couple of much younger women yesterday who were more frightened about coming forward because of the sort of age cutoff, if you like, and they're at universities and things like that. But I think it's like any issue. It isn't just actually an age sort of, it's not in silos like that. I don't think it's that straightforward, but in terms...
Yeah, because get this, crazy thought, right? Okay, trans women and trans men and non-binary people have existed for longer than the last, 5 years. Or however long they want to pretend that trans people just cropped up all of a sudden. In
terms of the language and in terms of dinosaurs like me, understanding younger people and their views on, I mean, What do people our age know about non-binary? Non-binary, choosing not to be male or female. This is a whole new thing for.
It's not a whole new thing, sweetheart. It's not a whole new thing. Still not a single word about intersex people? Yeah. The moment they bring age and generation into it, they're admitting they are out of touch, not just transphobic, but also ageist. Yeah, pretty much. They should have like pre-qualifying rounds, like if you're running, you're placed in a bracket with people who are within 1 or 2 seconds of you, no matter who they are. And there's a lot of discussion to be had there about general fairness in sport. And I think there's pretty much this kind of thing anyway. Like your primary, what's it for? Like the people, your primary competitors in any sport are generally speaking in higher leagues. You're going to be competing against people whose stats pretty much align with yours anyway. So I think that's already kind of the way things work in a sense. I don't know. Excuses floating. Go ahead. But yeah, like this whole thing of like a non-binary people choosing not to be male or female. Kudos to you for not getting it.
All of us, most politicians are around about my age. So we do need to talk to young people. We do need to find out.
How old is she anyway?
What are your issues? Why are you rejecting? I want to ask, why are you rejecting mostly being female, being a woman? Don't we need to say...
Oh my God, are you serious? Are you serious? So she's using the argument that non-binary people, it seems like especially non-binary people who are AFAB by the sounds of it, are rejecting being a woman, rejecting being female. It's like, for God's sake, they're a minority, dude. Why do you fucking care? Why is somebody else's personal experience such an issue for you, sweetheart? I'm going to keep using the phrase sweetheart because I like being condescending.
Hey, where's that coming from? You know,
yeah.
Yes, we really do.
You know, Joe tried to ask that question, I think, on Twitter and got sort of cancelled and stuff. But
oh my God, cancelled. Shut the fuck up. Don't think T levels should matter at all. It should be brackets by ability. Testosterone directly affects fat muscle ratios, which is what creates torque, which is what is sports ability, basically.
Yeah, so the age thing is an important, you know, in all things of politics, we can't just serve people our age. We need to ask people much younger, what's going on?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I find most frightening about this is that dysphoria is not is being actively encouraged by.
It's not being actively encouraged, dipshit.
Some of this ideology, you know, that's what I find really frightening.
Encouraged by some of this ideology. Does anyone know what ideology is? Shall we revise? I think we should revise. She's actually a child. Her whole thing about envy folks is, oh my God, less women like their identity affects her. There are no brains left, only worms. Oh, for goodness sake. Size, yeah. They're acting as though this is some kind of radical political movement that is encouraging people to have dysphoria. Do they not realize that transition is the treatment for dysphoria? Like the categorical treatment for dysphoria. The number one treatment, the one proven to work treatment is transition, medical or otherwise. Like, anyway, gotta go, class starts in a minute. Good stream. Thank you kindly, Clara. Have a good one. No horny hit. There was a horny jail command, wasn't there?
And it just seems that there's a kind of idea that
maybe exclamation mark bonk.
It won't matter if a young person decides to be fluid with their gender and so on. And the fact is that it seems to lead to a lot of confusion, and a lot of people seem to think that it.
No, it doesn't seem to work. I don't know.
It
I'll have a look after this.
Needs to. There's doctors now doing surgeries in America for supposedly non-binary people. They're removing their nipples.
I mean,
Please explain.
They're doing surgeries on non-binary people in the US. They're removing their nipples. Has Glinner never heard of body modding? Because I've known of people removing their nipples because they're into the body modding scene, and that's it. Who's removing their nipples? Maybe some people are, but again, it's an individual choice. Who gives a fuck? Like, this is such, like, radically conservative bullshit. Trepanning performer went horribly wrong. Radio Izzy, have a good one. These people are uneducated, ignorant Trumps. That's they are. Basically, the trans equals cutting your penis off argument. This is the argument my mum used to give me and my sister when we said we wanted to get tattoos. I still haven't got one, by the way. But the moment the tattoo places are open, I'm getting one. But, like, this is literally the argument my mum has made against tattoos. It's like, I want to get tattoos, and my mum has said to me, oh, you're going to ruin your body. You're going to ruin your perfect skin. Or whatever. And it's like, it's my body. I get to... You're not in charge of it. I'm 32. Oh my god. It's top surgeries for trans men. It's probably what he's getting confused by, but even then, they can shrink and recreate small nipples. We have people every day getting cosmetic surgery for forked tongues and eyebrow implants, and he's worried about this. I know, it's so stupid. It's literally it's a non-issue. Oh, sorry, did I say 32? I meant 23. I'm 23. Sorry. I got the numbers mixed up. I always do that. I'm actually 23. With a nearly 10-year-old child. Anyway, what kind of tat? I'm getting the Bloodborne runes down my spine is one of the ones I want to get. I'm going to price gauge that one. I also want to get the Bloodborne Hunter rune on the side of my neck, and I want to get the Dishonored mark of the outsider on the back of this hand, at the very least. Those are the three I want to get. But that's whenevs, you know. I don't know when I'm going to be getting those, but I do want to get them done. I don't know how the hell you would take care of a tattoo down your spine, though. Because I know there's, like, bandaging or, like, plastic, and there's antiseptic or something you got to put on them. And I'm like, how exactly the fuck am I supposed to take care of a tattoo down my spine? I wait for a tattoo, they'll be out of practice, you think? Well, I mean, yeah, I could have another person take care of it for me. I know exactly who I could have take care of it for me. Just saying. There are more trans-age people than cis-age people in the world. They're not there. Have a friend to help you? I've got a particular friend I'm thinking of. Planning your nipples pierced soon unless they get removed, apparently. Do they think it's a radical trans agenda to take away everybody's nipples? The non-binary agenda consists of removing everyone's nipples. You heard it here, folks. You heard it here from the horse's mouth. Glinner himself. The NBs are taking away your nipples.
Because someone has decided that non-binary means you take your nipples off. It's just...
Who decided this, dipshit?
An absolute outrage, you know? But anyway, sorry,
those decisions, though, guys, I mean, obviously, making those decisions when you're so young, be who you want to be, experiment, you know, do whatever you want to do. But to cut your body parts off and then render yourself...
God, this is such fear-mongering. Fucking hell. Get a shower stick scrubber and put saran wrap on the outside with the gel in it, I suppose. Antiseptic ointment in a plastic cover for a day or two, then just live life as normal and put on ointment for a couple of weeks. Okay. They're coming for your nipples. They're cutting off your body parts. What about the healthy breast tissue? This is legitimately a thing that TERFs are worried about, is healthy breast tissue. Anyway.
Completely infertile or to make decisions that you cannot ever reverse. That is...
I really hate the fertile argument too. Like, if somebody like myself wants to sterilize themselves, allow us to do that. If somebody wants to not ever have children, allow us to do that. Why are you forcing people to be fertile? Why are you forcing people to retain the ability to have children? Why is that a thing you're so concerned about? I wonder.
I know. I made so many bad fashion decisions as a young goth teen. Bad fashion decisions. And he went for the low blow with the fucking goth thing. Dude, fuck you, cunt. In on goth, and it's so embarrassing. My hairstyle choices were disastrous. But hair grows back. Nipples don't, you know? Yeah.
I mean,
So fucking what, dude? If someone doesn't have a cervix, they're not women. Yeah, pretty much. And went to get more whiskey and come back to TERFs apparently being worried about my breast tissue. Or nipples, specifically, but, you know. In general, don't make anyone's decision to be fertile or not for them, precisely.
I mean, we've had young people on this show, haven't we? We had that poor chap who'd had his testicles removed when he was around 20, and then when he was about 21, he regretted it. It was after that 60 Minutes interview. Remember, they came on to talk a bit more.
Okay, so he made a poor life decision. People do that all the time. What do you expect? So what? People make dumb decisions. Who gives a shit? You know, there's like how many billions of people on this planet? People make dumb shit all I heard of a person who cut their legs off. So?
And it was devastating. Yes.
Like voluntarily.
It was a devastating thing. So, you know, that does need talking about. I mean, because you know, this sort of.
Why does that need talking about?
It can be divided up into three areas, can't it? You've got language and silencing, the sort of totalitarian part of it, and then you've got the actual women.
Who is being silenced? Can I ask the question? You've got language and silencing. Who's being silenced? When the majority of the media discussion around trans people is from transphobic journalists and publications. They literally have a WhatsApp group where they strategize transphobic talking points before they publish articles. Like, who's being silenced? What authoritarianism is happening? Aside from the attacks on trans people specifically. We're being silenced. Wish it was working. Shut up already. There's plenty of decisions that my parents made for me, knowing that I'll never truly be rabid is saddening. Some people get brains removed and become TERFs.
Spaces, and you've also got then the children issue, and you know they're obviously all intertwined, but they are really quite distinct as well. You know, they need different. They need addressing in different ways.
Decisions you can't undo, like puberty, and TERFs want to prohibit puberty blockers. Precisely. It's all about manifesting a very specific view of what a person is allowed to be. Manifesting a very specific category of what a person is supposed to be. So they only want you to start taking any kind of HRT once you're a fully grown adult. Like you're not allowed to take puberty blockers when you're a teenager, and thus halt your genetic default puberty, I suppose. I don't know what else you would call it. I call it testosterone poisoning. I went through a male puberty and I fucking regret that. I really wish I hadn't gone through that bullshit. But, you know, basically they effectively what it is what they effectively want is to force trans people into a situation where they'll go through the default puberty for their body, and then once they decide to transition in adulthood, their bodies are already irrevocably changed by the effects of puberty, so trans women will have deeper voices as a result of testosterone lowering their vocal cords or expanding their, whatever it is, broadened shoulders, they'll be taller, they'll be, like their facial structure will have changed. And of course, the same is true of trans men. They'll have grown breasts, they'll have grown wider hips, and all of these other things that they don't want. That's not what they want. I see it the same way. I was poisoned by testosterone. They are mad they're getting the same treatment that the majority has done to LGBT for centuries because the majority is starting to be fine with it. They are too special to be the minority in their eyes, so it must be silencing. Exactly. How will we ever get to 10%? How will we ever get to 10 billion humans with 1% of people getting fixed? I know, right?
And different solutions, because it's sort of woven its way right through society now. And
that's the other thing we're doing, isn't it? We say trans people, we group everyone together, and actually,
yes,
the wider society needs to understand how we even got there, don't we? I think, you know.
What's she talking about? We say trans people and we've grouped everyone together. What does she mean? Like, what's the point she's making there?
Oh,
if I was to describe non-binary to my mum, who's in her 70s, she'd be like, what?
It's really not that hard. You know, if you've got binary people, if you've got men and women, generally speaking, the two broadly accepted genders in society, guess what? Someone who's non-binary isn't one of those. How's that difficult?
You know, completely confused.
Well, that's a really important point, because I think one of the kind of linguistic achievements that this movement has made is that people think that there is a word trans that describes all these different people. The word,
it's literally an umbrella term. Like, the phrase trans with regards to the trans community is an umbrella term that encompasses non-binary people, agender people, and so on. Like, anyone who falls outside of the binary gender socially accepted system is, technically speaking, trans, because trans means different to. In some cases, it means opposite to, but as an umbrella term, in modern language, trans just means different to. That's all it is. Now, there are NB people who don't align with the trans label, and that's completely fine. They're allowed to do that. There are agender people who don't align with the trans label. That's completely fine. They can make that personal decision for themselves. I'm not going to judge them on that. But just generally speaking, regarding the entire community, trans is an umbrella term. You can say you're trans and be a non-binary person. Also, our flag is cute as fuck. Look at that shit.
Trans, a person suffering from dysphoria because they're a teenage girl has nothing in common with someone like Stephanie Hayden or someone else who decides to transition when they're already a middle-aged man.
God damn it, Glinner. Just out with the whole the whole kit of transphobia. Someone like Stephanie Hayden who decides to transition when they're a middle-aged man. Bro, fuck. Like, Jesus Christ.
They have nothing in common. And this has been used, the word trans and transphobia has been used to shut these conversations down.
Because they're conversations that don't need to be happening, you idiot. This is the thing. Like, it's been used to shut these conversations down. We don't need the conversation with you people. No one wants to have the conversation with you. You're insufferable.
Absolutely. They are to a large extent.
And yeah, how are they supposed to transition as teenagers if you're actively trying to deny them puberty blockers? They're acting as though... This is the thing that annoys me the most, as someone who was certain she was a girl when she was 15. You know, I would have killed to be able to come out when I was 15, do puberty blockers, get on HRT. I would have killed for that. But, you know, we're not in that timeline, are we? And people like Glinner and Co. desperately want to maintain that status quo where teenagers are not able to transition until they've gone through full hormone poisoning and have gone through all the changes to their body that they do not want to happen.
Devoid of meaning.
No, I want to talk about this because I am a gay man and I worked at a...
Oh, I forgot about Artie. Artie's talking, everyone. As a gay man, Artie's talking.
Trans bar. I've known many transsexuals
Someone delete that
who are
message.
decent people, some of whom absolutely recognize the reality of biological sex, some of whom are a little bit...
Hang on, let me come back.
Because I am a gay man and I worked at a trans bar. I've known many transsexuals who...
I've known many transsexuals.
Who are decent people, some of whom absolutely recognize the reality of biological sex, some of whom are a little bit...
Hi, love happily from Shannon. What the hell's this? There's like this message on the bottom of the screen that's come up. I don't know what that's about. Anyway, has known many transsexuals. Bro, we don't use that word anymore.
Traumatized around that, but that's okay. You know, we could disagree with maybe their beliefs, but understand that they're decent people. So what's going on a little bit?
Oh my God, here we go. Don't despair. We will defeat these trolls. Woman equals adult human female. Man equals adult human male. Honestly, coming back to who said it a moment ago, they know they're arguing in bad faith. I don't think they do, honestly. Who said it? Who said it? They know full well that, yeah, they're arguing in bad faith. Thank you, Katrina. I don't think these people legitimately... I don't think they think they're arguing in bad faith. I think they truly, fully, wholeheartedly believe the shit they're saying. Without a shadow of a doubt. But let me come back a second because I missed what he said and I wanted to respond to that.
Whom are a little bit full, some of whom absolutely recognize the reality of biological sex.
This is the thing. We don't deny the reality of biological sex, but you are using gendered terms like man and woman,
some of whom are a
like
little bit...
comes up here. Oh, well, in the next message. But they're referring to gendered terms, woman and man, not... So those are terms referring to social roles, not biology. We don't refer to biological men and biological women. Those are not things. For all intents and purposes, I'm a biological woman, in that I am a biological being who's a woman. Like, that's not a thing. That's...
traumatized around.
Everyone knows what chromosomes mean. They always forget about intersex people too. Yeah, exactly. These people are heavily in denial and projecting about the fact that they don't understand biological sex. They often dismiss the intersex thing with regards to this whole discussion. They don't acknowledge that intersex people exist, and they also don't acknowledge that deviancy among sexual biology, well, not deviancy, that's not the right word for it, but like, yeah, sex is not binary, sex is bimodal. It's a spectrum. Can't wait for new synthetic women to drop. I'm waiting for it. It's basic biology. Variance, that's the word I'm looking for.
Yes. But that's okay. You know, we could disagree with maybe their beliefs, but understand that they're decent people. What's going on a little bit?
This is the issue, though. It's like you think you're disagreeing with a belief system, but you're disagreeing with our reality. It's not a belief system. You're disagreeing with our identity and are actively trying to legislate against that on a worldwide scale when you hold the majority of the political power in this discussion and are effectively trying to eliminate us in our entirety. It's not a difference of opinion.
Sorry,
Sometimes people think that even though we know that some of these people who identify as trans women aren't really women, they have so much, you know, they're so feminine and demeaning.
These people who identify as trans women are not really women, Jesus Christ. For the longest time, I didn't fully understand what the difference between gender and sex was, but guess what? I didn't go around being transphobic. I just knew I didn't understand yet. Exactly. But they want to have something to bitch about. Some real love the sinner, hate the sin zealot BS in that take. I mean, this is a guy who claims to have previously been goth, and I forgot to turn my camera back on, sorry. But I mean, we're talking about him anyway. You can hear the lack of a space when he says trans women. I know, right? What was I saying? Let me come back. Yeah, this is the guy who was claiming he had a goth phase, and now he looks like this. And what does that tell you? He's one of the pick-me's.
And in behavior, it's only a matter of technicality that they aren't women. But what people don't understand is sometimes you might argue that. You might find someone who's just so feminine and so in solidarity with females that you want to treat them socially like they're a woman. But there are a lot of people who identify as trans who aren't like that at all. You know, the word...
So fucking what, dude? Start with the hate, then research ammunition, then hate circle jerk faux facts, pretty much. You just sat down, listened, and now you know exactly. The reason they know the golden rule is universal. You're just a bad person when you are against other people having rights. There are cis women who don't act like that at all. Yeah, precisely. Like I made this point in Socialized Male. It's like there are plenty of cis women out there who were raised male. For example, there are plenty of cis women who still call themselves women who are not feminine by any stretch of the imagination. What's their position in society?
Trans is not...
Do you refer to them as men? What do you treat them as men? What's your argument there?
Not a proxy for vulnerable. It's not a proxy for feminine. It's not a proxy for not like other men. The word trans is not a proxy for these things, you know?
What the fuck are you talking about, Baldy? He's only okay with treating trans people as if they're as their gender if they pass, pretty much. Gender refers to the characteristics of human beings that are socially constructed. Yeah, exactly. What's so difficult about that to get? So in a sense, we are effectively performing gender in a society where gender is performed in certain... what's the phrasing I'm looking for here? We're performing it based on certain social conventions that we have been taught are the acceptable ways to perform said gender.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But Graham just
Sorry, what were you going to say?
And they gatekeep anything to help you pass. Exactly.
Hey, Rosie.
Someone at court who's on a rape charge, for example, and decides that...
Oh, here we go. Where do you think this is going? Someone in court who's on a rape charge... Oh boy, I already know where this is going. Prepare yourselves.
They are going to use different pronouns, therefore everyone has to. That's incredibly worlds away from a young person who's going through this kind of searching for their own identity. What do they want to be? Are they non-binary? Are they trans? You know, that person is going through a genuine journey of like self-discovery, right? I mean, not wanting to hurt any other human being. But if you're talking about men using, you know, grown men who've lived as men, suddenly going, well, you know what, actually, you know, and then maybe going into women's prison.
Calm blue ocean. Calm blue ocean. This is, like manufactured bullshit, pretty much. This is an outrage tactic that has this ever happened? I don't think it actually has by any stretch of the imagination. And they require you to present for years before they allow you to apply to get help to pass. Precisely. This is not how self-ID works. This is not how any of this works, Rosie. Roseanne. This ain't how any of this works, love. Decides on the stand they're a woman to get in a women's prison. It doesn't happen. This is not a thing that happens.
That does not represent my trans friends at all, or the people that I know.
Then why bring it up? This does not represent my trans friends at all. Then it's a discussion point you should never bring into the discussion. This is not a thing that happens.
No,
and we cannot lump everyone all together like that, I think.
No, and we can trans also.
But this is the issue that they're missing with this thing, right? There are definitely trans criminals out there. There are trans people who have done heinous actions, who have self-identified themselves as their gender. Just because they have done that doesn't mean they are not trans. Like, she's trying to gatekeep for the trans community at this point by using a really fringe nonsense argument that has no basis in reality. But we are aware of the fact that there are trans women who are predators, trans men who are predators. They are few and far between, but we do know they exist, and we do still acknowledge that they are trans, and we do still acknowledge their name and pronouns. Like, we do still acknowledge their identity, because it's the same as acknowledging the identity of any cis man or cis woman who happens to be a predator or a criminal in any capacity. We don't take away a trans person's identity because they are a bad actor. That's not our place to do that.
Like, if we did, I'm trying to put myself in the mind of somebody who's trying to say it's okay to make some exceptions and let some males into women's spaces.
Yeah, they exist because predatory people exist.
And recategorize some males as women for all intents and purposes. I don't agree with that. But trying to put myself in that mind, what would the criteria be? What kind of male person, what
kind of male person
qualities would they have that we would want to recategorize them as women and take away all the exemptions? That prevent men from going to women's spaces. I would say this would be someone who has shown without failing that they are not a danger to women, that they have compassion and empathy with women, and that women get along with them, theoretically. But the word trans isn't that. A lot of people who identify as trans, that just means that man wants to be in women's spaces, That just means that man wants to identify as women. It does.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm losing my mind. Future generations will look back at this era and people like Glinner will be shocked in disbelief at their bigotry. Fingers crossed, honestly. This is ew, pretty much. They keep bringing up that one example out of all the people in the world. Just one bad example and they blame all for it. One bad minority, get rid of all the minorities. I'm scared, pretty much. A lot of transphobes like to quote the trans prisoner that are a fellow prisoner in Illinois. Toughs love to act like trans people are automatically predators for not wanting to resign themselves to being prey. That's a good point. Working with a person that has never worked with a trans person and she's been trying so hard to remember my pronouns, it's so sweet. I give her grace in it because she corrects herself immediately and I'm trying to make a good impression as her first experience with it. We don't demand immediate cancelling and silencing, just effort. It's so easy and they refuse to let their worldview adapt to reality at all. Yeah, pretty much. I'm glad to hear they're trying. It's good. It's good. It's like WW2 propaganda studied in the school. Who believed this shit?
Doesn't mean women have said that they see that man as a fellow woman. It just means that man says that he wants to be seen as a fellow woman. So at the end of the day, when we're saying the word trans means we should categorize someone as a woman, we're saying if a man says he wants this, he gets it. And
that's not how that works. That's not how that works. It's not at all how that works. No one is going to come out as trans on the stand. No one's gonna take that moment to come out as transgender. Don't they know that sometimes femme-presenting people want to transition as men or trans men don't exist they think it's all about, they don't acknowledge the existence of trans men, period. They've acknowledged the existence of non-binary people, but I feel like Rosie and Glinner have generally got this idea in their heads that non-binary people are AFAB people exclusively. It's really weird. Anyway, TERFs are the reason why I didn't put my non-binary identity on my census papers, just in case a TERF government got in and they came knocking on my door for me. Why do I live in a world where this thought even crosses my mind? It crossed my mind too, honestly, when I did census recently. But fortunately, it wasn't an option. Have a short question, hope this isn't insensitive. Is this whole biological thing just gatekeeping? It's just gatekeeping, yeah.
It's not about if a woman says she invites this.
That's a really good question. I mean, again, these are sort of critical thinking bits and arguments that we've missed out because
there is literally nothing critical thinking about this.
Everything's got to social media, and we are kind of even at the point of potentially legislating straight from social media. You know, if we don't go through, usually
What the fuck does that even mean?
Yes.
great social changes go through what, at least a generation.
Oh, on the subject of Jammy Dodger, did any of you see the video where he talked specifically about how TERFs were using his post-top surgery photos from like 10 years ago as part of their TERF rhetoric? Like they were saying, look, this young woman tore off her healthy breasts. And it's Jammy Dodger's post-top surgery photos. And yeah, like he had top surgery like 9 or 10 years ago, right? And he does not regret it even a single bit. Not even the tiniest little bit. And they're still using that as an argument against trans men. Like, shockingly, there are TERFs out there who do acknowledge the existence of trans men because they're trying to protect young lesbians or something. And their healthy breasts. It's so creepy, dude. He is delightful. I love Jammy.
Of discussion, don't they, to get to gay rights.
Prisoner, Your Honor, I'm transgender. Judge, you're on trial for public urination. You're not going to prison. You don't need to declare your identity. Can't believe she's like 50. I was going to ask how old is Rosie.
We had to have people really suffering for a long time.
Okay, first and foremost, if you're going to be on a podcast, turn your phone to silent and turn vibrate off.
I don't want that for trans people. But
hello, Spuds.
we have to get to the point where we've thought about all of those things you've just raised, discuss them frankly, you know, let trans people kind of, you know, explain to us what they need and want as well as the other way around. It's, you know, it's vital we talk about these things openly, but we're not allowed to do that. We're not.
Glenn has been sitting there vibrating the whole time. The phone's probably up his ass. That's why he keeps occasionally grinning and giggling and shit. If you don't think Jamie Dodger is a man, or Jamie Dodger is a man, holy shit, who is a man then? Yeah, I know, right? Jamie, Ty Turner, I mean, I hate to bring him up, but Buck Angel, like, you look at these trans men and I'm like, please explain to me, are you going to let these particular people who happened to have been born with vaginas into female toilets if you make them single sex? How are you going to orchestrate that one, dickheads? Abby and Jamie crossover when Jamie knows I exist, which I don't expect is going to happen. I'd love to. It'd be cool to like react to some trans-related memes with Jamie, but I doubt Jamie has ever heard of me. So you know,
encouraged to do that, and we've got parties.
Hasn't he got like nearly 1 million subscribers or something? Like he's a big internet personality person.
Making decisions without that discussion or debate. It's extraordinary. We don't do that over anything else. We don't do that.
No, that's right.
Can I just say? Can I just say that it's? I kind of thought that this would happen, but we have many more trolls in our chat than we usually have. We usually have 1 or 2, but we've got tons of them today, and it's
let's ignore them.
Well, I kind of am, but listen, I just wanted to tell you, it's a great sign. It means that they're panicking.
That's right.
God, that's fucking scary. You're talking about a minority group who are probably raising a lot of cogent points, but of course they're not going to show the chat. And I'm pretty sure we can't see the chat logs in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, trolls, right? And he's like, we've got him running scared. Minority group. Yeah, they're freaking trans allies and minority group. Dude, we're a minority. We're less than 1% of the population. And you're gloating about the fact that you've got us running scared. Do you not realize how fashy you sound right now? Holy shit, dude. At what point is Glinner going to say something to the effect of, just wait, we're going to line him up against the wall. Just wait for it. I can't wait to get them tranny ladyboys and line them up against the wall, you know what I'm saying? Got a dildo up my arse for no reason while I'm doing a podcast. People are going to back alley plastic surgeons and getting cheap procedures that actually physically harm them. If he really cared about health only, he would be campaigning against incompetent plastic surgeons first. Helen Stan Turf Island more. I remember watching a video of Larry King talking to Laverne Cox, and he was trying to be nice, but even when he was nice, he was a bit misinformed. Must feel horrible when you're in the bathroom. Must feel terrible to have the wrong genitalia. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that. I would like to see what her response to that was.
That it means they know that you're breaking through, Rosie. So thank you once again for everything.
Quite sad. I think
Laverne Cox is cool. Hell yeah.
If those people are just so desperate to sort of hate me, not meet with me, not listen to me, not...
This is an important point to make while she's rambling on about this. Katie Montgomery has extended an invitation to have Rosie Duffield on her show. If she does, we'll definitely watch and react to that one because I would like to follow up on this if that ever happens. We don't do that over anything else. The Snoopers Charter, Crimes and Sentencing Bill. Those people, yeah. Hilarious how they say about debating and discussing with us in a video call consisting entirely of a cis turf circle jerk. Pretty much. We got this marginalised group who need to fight for their existence every single day running. Aren't we awesome? Pretty much. She's an MP for the UK Labour Party who has recently been basically outed as a transphobe.
I don't understand what we're talking about. And they want to join something
Rosie's
like
bottom
this
right,
to
yeah.
hate us even more. I think that's quite sad. I think,
Yeah.
Go and watch Corrie. If we're really that angry just by trying to discuss these things, that's
Yeah, well, it's quite telling that there
true.
isn't anybody stepping into the comments and making a rebuttal against anything you're saying, Rosie. Nobody's raised a really interesting
No one
point.
ever does.
I could literally just cut this entire segment right now and post it on my YouTube channel as a rebuttal if you want to do that.
That
No one ever
you
does.
said something that they just...
No one ever rebuts us. No one, I mean, literally any of these turf talking points, which all of these have been thoroughly debunked on Twitter itself all the fucking time, but they're not going to acknowledge that, are they? I mean, yeah, they've talked shit on Twitter constantly because Glinner is so fucking jealous of everyone who hasn't been banned off the platform. For non-Brits, go watch Corrie is like saying go watch Home and Away. Oh, okay. Labour has been purged of leftist more or less, hasn't it? I mean, I could definitely post this on like Monday or something. I've got a video. The chat should be on the side. It is the video of the live stream. Is it over on the side? Oh, it is over on the side. I didn't even realize that. Oops. Let's have a look. Let me see. I'm not seeing any trolls in here. Don't hate you. Think you were all dramatically misinformed. They're clearly panicking. Takes 2 years for a person that has tried to commit suicide to see a psychotherapist in my area. The wait is not unique to trans. Learning so much, we need to have these discussions. What are you learning exactly? What are you learning exactly? I'm curious. The suppression of reasonable, respectful dialogue has been so harmful to making any progress. That logic implies gay rights should have taken a long time. What else is there? Where are we? Let me have a look here. Roll on the end of this garbage so we can see Father Ted the Musical. He's not getting work as far as I know. The things you're saying about trans people are the exact same sort of things they were saying about gay people in the 80s and 90s. That's exactly right. It's just cyclical. Where are we? How's the wife? Great. Where did it say that? Where is it? How's the... Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's Sean. Fuck. Holy shit. That's amazing. I remember Sean commenting on this. Sean's a YouTuber. Sean's a prominent YouTuber. He's rated me a couple times. Oh, please, a decade ago you would have been fighting gay marriage, and a few decades before that standing up for segregation. Oh, there's the serfs. There we go. What else is there? Policy development by Twitter. What a bloody nightmare. Half the world, if women's rights fall in the West, the whole world will fall, and gays and children, it will be gone. What? Let me have a look here. What else is there? Repeal the GRA, remove gender reassignment as a protected class from the Equality Act, shut down all gender clinics. There's really not all that much in here with regards to their serfs versus turfs. There's really not much in there, honestly. They're greatly exaggerating.
Disagree with in an interesting...
And honestly, it's kind of hilarious that he openly admitted he doesn't usually get that many trolls, which means his streams don't get that much attention, at least not as much as he would like.
Way. They're just attacking. They're attacking.
No, that's right. Because
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to what Rosie was saying, because actually, Artie, those questions you raised, some of those things I disagree with you. because that's fine. Because this is the point, isn't it? We do exactly as you said. We do need to have this discussion.
But can I say, Helen, that was just a thought experiment by our.
Oh no, I understand that, and this is my point, isn't it? This is absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine for you to sort of throw out these questions and say.
Someone said trans rights are human rights. The horror of these tweets.
What should we be looking for? And I could say, well, I don't necessarily agree on this, but I probably agree on this here. But this is the point, and we've been hearing that there is no conflict.
That comment was likening the gender crit fight as a fight to save women's rights, and if they lose, then gay rights and children's rights will fall next. Did anyone happen to notice the fact that Texas enacted some transphobic legislation and then immediately they went after abortion? Shock and horror. And the guy who went after abortion also said he wants to repeal any gay marriage laws or any laws that decriminalize what they have classified as sodomy. I mean, is it really the women's rights that are specifically the canary in the coal mine here? You know, when trans rights fall, the rest of it's going to come tumbling down as well. You know, we are quite, I don't know, we're basically a break wall at this point, you know. Men comments, it's fine. Bigots congratulating themselves on their civility with other bigots. I know, right?
There's no discussion needed.
It's like neo-Nazis saying, oh, a few years ago I had an alt-right phase, but I'm okay now. And I deserve, honestly, I deserve accolades for having turned myself around and coming out of that awful, awful ideology. I'm so much better now. Everyone Labour praise on me. We should have a discussion at some point about the whole, can you de-radicalize from the alt-right and what should we do around that whole thing? I was going to make that a talking point of tonight's stream, but as it stands right now, we'll probably push that back to next week, which is kind of stupid because it's a relevant topic now. At least in the last few days, there has been discourse around de-radicalizing the alt-right, and there are a lot of people who have a lot of opinions around if someone was a neo-Nazi or if someone was an alt-righter or something like that, can they be reformed? Can we, fix those kinds of people? But there's a whole thing there. Bigots say they're on women's rights side while attacking equal rights for all laws. Pretty much, yeah.
I mean,
it comes back around to the thing with the Bell v. Tavistock thing. Like, the moment Bell v. Tavistock was quashed on appeal, the people who were fighting on the Bell side immediately said they're going after the Gillick competence next, which is protections for numerous different things, including contraception for underage people with wombs.
Even today, one of the Labour politicians, I was saying earlier, was saying this is what, this doesn't come up on the doorstep, or we're not interested in it. It's the media that wants to talk about identity politics.
Absolutely does. Yeah. I had two issues come up on the doorstep in 2019 in the general election. They were Jeremy Corbyn.
Can barely hear Rosie, by the way.
Every single door, obviously. Brexit because of my area. And 3 women stopped me, asked if they could speak in private. One was a social worker, one was a teacher, and one was a parent. They wanted to talk about this. And I was thrown because I hadn't even sort of entered the fray. I was thinking, oh my gosh, how do I talk about this? And they were wanting private conversations about their concerns about schools and puberty blockers and all kinds of things. And I thought, wow, okay, this is something people are concerned about. It isn't just on my radar. So I was astonished. I think I've had...
Why are they concerned about puberty blockers? X to doubt. Yeah, it definitely seems like they like to fabricate. Does anyone remember... Let me see. Hang on. There's something I want to bring up really quickly. Because somebody liked this tweet that I posted just recently. Oh, shit. Where is it? Let me see. Hang on. Who remembers this? Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. So touched by this post, and a bunch of people disproved this. This is Abigail Schreier, notable transphobic writer. Reddit was one of the first places detransitioners began to tell their stories. It remains a source of vital support. Hi, English is not my first language, so please forgive any mistakes. From the ages of 14 to 17, I was chronically online. I was a tomboy, didn't have many friends, etc. I got super into the sort of Tumblr social justice world and convinced myself that the only explanation for my social awkwardness was that I was a transgender male. My parents were overly accepting and made sure I could get transition resources ASAP. I began my transition at age 15 after becoming convinced I was trans only about half a year prior. I started taking tea, which made me feel better somewhat. I thought I could finally be one of the boys and get the social gratification that I had been longing for so long. That didn't really help, and I fell further down the Tumblr rabbit hole, becoming more and more convinced that more transition materials would make me better, which they didn't. At age 16, I started thinking about getting top and bottom surgeries, hoping they would quell my anxieties. A little before, I was going to ask my parents. However, I read Irreversible Damage by Abigail Schreier. I was doing this for a blog I had started running which involved debunking things I thought to be transphobic. However, as I read, a lot of the emotions I had been feeling started to make sense. Long story and a lot of emotional distress and panic later, I came to the conclusion that I was not trans. I decided not to get the surgeries, and I am so grateful I haven't. Slowly, now this is what's weird. So at age 16, I read Irreversible Damage. Anyway, so where were we? Slowly, I've started getting better mentally. I stopped taking testosterone. I stepped back from those radicalizing blogs I'd been reading. I had a long-term boyfriend for a while even, but we recently broke up for reasons related to my transition. Testosterone, while many of the effects have gone away, has absolutely destroyed my sex drive. I have not had an orgasm in nearly 4 years, even with the use of vibrators. I cannot have sex. I hope that this can help other people who are going through similar things. Please do not be fooled that transitions are meaningless procedures. They have huge ramifications on your life, and please do not get a transition while you are under 18. Now, this is kind of interesting because I think Evan or somebody quoted this, or somebody responded to this. Tell me you've never actually known a trans man on T without telling me. Over 2,000 people fell for this fake story with its nonsensical timeline of events. Yeah, so this was meant to be written by a 16 to 17-year-old. I've not had an orgasm in nearly 4 years. I don't think... At any rate, like the timeline, someone... And I said, did you write this? When was this posted? August. Basic maths would tell you this was made up, Abigail. So blatantly inaccurate, it might as well serve as a filter. So how did this fictional person read your book before it even came out? Like the book came out, last year or something? And yeah, say they read it at 16. The book only came out last year. Had not had an orgasm in 4 years when they started testosterone at 15, is according to the story, was it? At age 6? No, yeah. At age 15, I began my transition. So like none of the timeline lines up. This post is so ridiculous I can't help it. Testosterone is given to people in menopause to increase sex drive. It's a standard part of HRT offering in the UK. How did you send a book back in time to when this person was 15? Why didn't you use this power to sell books and not like warn people about 9/11? Anyway, it's just hilarious. Anyway, thought I would bring that up. She's a cunt. Fuck, she is.
People, trolls and things, when they've heard me say that, saying, she's lying, what a load of rubbish. Why would I bother doing that? You know, I really haven't sort of ever thought about...
We know this is not a lie. Look at all of the women. Yeah. Look at all of the women standing up and supporting you. All of them saying, we want it. Look at all, we get so many...
Look at all the women on Twitter with sock puppet accounts in the dozens.
Viewers saying, we want to talk about this. We do want to talk about it. You know, but like I said at the beginning, you have now brought it to the fore and it has to be addressed. I mean, I do think that Labour Party has to address it, and they have to address it coherently.
I would imagine there are lots of sand dunes being built for heads to be buried in as soon as conference is over. I don't think this is going to be something the Labour Party embraces talking about. I think it's going to
fester,
being ignored potentially.
That's a shame. That would be a real shame. Well, Rosie, we have a plan coming up, me and a few friends, and what we want to do with this plan is we want to find a date and make it safe for women to come out and to be able to speak about these issues on a certain date. I'll let you know about that, and maybe we can get some help on that, on getting
it's
that.
Gonna what? I don't know.
Rosie, I genuinely cannot thank you enough for doing the show. It is absolute honor and a pleasure.
Including trans women, because he did say that specifically. All women. Yeah, he said all women.
I just watched. Oh, you're brilliant. And I just watched again your speech that you made that made you famous, I think, about domestic violence.
Is Glinner trying to Me Too the TERF movement? Oh, I bet he is.
Someone pointed out that
they've been trying for a while. Like you see the number of hashtags that TERFs are constantly coming up with to try to make it some kind of a thing. Even vaguely close to Me Too. Like,
J.K. Rowling and yourself are two women who've been subjected to domestic violence, and you're both getting the same kind of thing from faceless people. And I just want to thank you.
Subjected to domestic violence and you're getting the same kind of thing from faceless. What does that have to do with this discussion, Linen? What does it have to do with this particular discussion, might I ask? I'm just curious.
For your bravery, and say that whatever you decide to do, we're behind you 100%. So keep fighting, Rosie.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
See you again.
Lovely to talk to you. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Well,
wow.
That went okay.
Oh.
I don't think we stepped on any major landmines, but let's see what Pink News do when they comb through it.
Oh, of course, he's going to call that Pink News.
But what an incredible woman. A superb speaker, very thoughtful, very compassionate and kind and caring.
Compassionate, kind and caring and wanting to kick trans women out of public toilets.
I'm very glad that she got the opportunity to
keep fighting marginalized folks, Rosie. You're doing a great job there. Can I move your face onto his place? I see all of his face and I don't want
to talk about the things that she cares about.
It takes courage to be that kind of compassionate. Compassionate when you know that your compassion is going to make you a target and you still maintain your compassion. You know, this is something...
For goodness sake.
...that people don't realize. People are so interested in appearing progressive, they don't realize that sometimes you have to stand against the current to really be progressive, you know?
Right. Okay. The current, which is made like the current, like referring to like an ocean current or something, dude, where like a tiny little wave brushing up on the shore at the tide pool. It's not a current. To take a stand against progress, to be progressive, pretty much. Feel like going here and saying, shut your fucking trap, Rosie, or I'm afraid I'm going to have to go there and shut your trap by shoving so much cotton wool down your throat that it comes out the back of your asshole. What the fuck? As a DV survivor, I would kindly request that Graham Bedlin go fuck himself soundly with a rabbit porcupine. IRL story, when a customer wants to discuss how he doesn't want his daughter to transition and take testosterone and doesn't realize you're non-binary. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Hate that people use a history of domestic abuse to justify transphobia like JK does. Especially consider that people who do this do not have abusers that are trans. Yeah, exactly. To attack the children in the kiddie pool. Yeah, so like you're absolutely right there. They're referring specifically to like male, and when I say male in this circumstance, I mean men, like actual men, and they don't understand the distinction between trans women and men. They're different categories of person.
No, to really stand up for what's true and to really show compassion, and she's really doing that. And yeah, she's got principles. She's got a big heart. What a wonderful person.
Yeah.
Let's just kiss her ass after she's left the show for no reason.
I think she's got a future ahead of her, that young lady, in politics. The other thing I wanted to
Arnie is 100% pro LGB rights. Yeah, exactly. He's definitely in with the LGB alliance or something.
Just to quickly say about her is what I love about her as well is how casual and she was relaxed during that conversation. That's another lesson for
who gives a shit, dude?
David Lammy and all these out there. You could be like that too if you did a little bit of research and if you understood what you were talking about. You
didn't understand what she was talking about.
You too would be able to get through a question like, do women have cervixes without making an absolute fool of yourself?
And can I also say, those kind
trans men can have cervixes and cis women can not have cervixes.
The kinds of people with that much grace and compassion and
let's not forget NBs. To protect the children, we must attack the children.
Principals tend not.
They pat themselves on the back, sorry I keep pausing, about their compassion while they shit all over minorities. They think they're legit martyrs, not morons. Yeah, and he's LGB rights from memory, but I doubt he's pro-B. Yeah, the whole biphobic, the whole bi-erasure situation is really, really bizarre, honestly.
To become politicians, to be quite frank. Politicians can often be more shrewd and calculating, or they just become shrewd and calculating because the system wears them down. So the fact that she's still in politics, she's still in service to the people.
The system's wearing us down,
power
dude.
to her. We need more people like that to stay in politics.
Bring back a minister for women and make Rosie minister for women. How about that? Let's do that. All right, everyone. What a lovely show. I'm delighted with it. Let's leave it before anything bad happens or the police. if the police knock on the door again.
Compassion.
So let's just go. Okay. Let's just quickly.
Yes. What is this statement here? This chat room is a perfect example of how desperate the pedophiles are. Jesus Christ. If they run away from our gender-critical questions, they're not supporting trans rights as they claim, are they? Oh my goodness. Here we go. And this is more biological essentialism. What was it? My mum definitely had a cervix. Why can nobody spell definite? Transphobia has certainly done wonders for Graham's career. You're the kingmaker, Graham. Look at your Twitter account. Bring on the trolls, really. Let them show themselves off in the light and what they amount to. Oh, dear Lord, no. A fucking Harry Potter quote. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Glinner, that was a microaggression. Minister for women. Yeah, right. Jesus. Anywho, there we go. We got through it eventually. We did get through it. What do we thought? What are we thought? What are our thoughts? What are our final thoughts? Hey, Mercadian, thank you for the hugs. I appreciate it. To protect the Labour Party, we should attack the transphobic Labour MPs. Hang on, let me fix my thing here for a second. What does it say? Thank you for the hugs. By punching them into a coma. That's hypothetical, of course. I would never advocate violence, at least not outside of Roblox. It was really awful. That was painful to get through, but, we did it. We survived it. It's okay. We made it through, folks. Anywho, I'm going to turn my volume off because I'm going to call it there. I think I'm pretty well and truly done with this shit. Holy crap. I'm looking at a few people who... Oh, actually... No, hang on. Well, actually... Okay, this might be a good one. Chat's in slow mode, but that shouldn't be a problem. Let's go say hi to Casey Explosion, who is doing her first playthrough of Outer Wilds. Please tell me they were actors. I wish. Oh, she has got follower or subscriber only chat on. Damn it! I want to raid Casey Explosion, but followers. Do I just do? Or do I raid Riwawa? Fuck. What do we do? Namaroff is going. What's Namaroff doing? Hang on. Stop for a sec. What's Namaroff doing? Control. Riwawa's doing the Simpsons hit and run if we want to go say hi. Dang it. Casey, why did you have to be in followers only mode? Give you a second? Okay. What, are you going to go and say hi in Casey's chat and ask to turn followers only off? Because we could. It's been quite fun tonight, folks. Thank you for hanging out, by the way. I appreciate all of the stuff. The stuff. I appreciate the ripping on turfs. Let's call it what it is. I appreciate all you folks ripping on turfs with me. And the stuff's been good. It's been good stuff, even if some of it has been kind of bad stuff. But, Anyway, we will be live tomorrow. We will be playing. We will be playing Outer Wilds, but fortunately, none of what we're going to see should be a spoiler. So, because I've played through a fair chunk of it at this point. So, we're going to go say hi, hopefully, fingers crossed. I think Phage has requested that Casey turn off followers only chat. So, we'll go say hi to Casey tonight. Yeah, careful for spoilers, but Casey's a really early game, and I'm probably only going to hang out for a little bit anyway. And yeah, first playthrough, she looks like she's early on in the game. So anyway. So if you're interested in playing Outer Wilds, by all means you might want to dip, but either way. Thank you everybody for being here tonight. I mean, yeah, expect me to be playing this tomorrow. I'm much further along in the story. And I will be, let me think, I'll be back tomorrow 8 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully, let me think for a second. I don't know. I can't think. Anyway, I'm thinking maybe I'll stream a little bit later tomorrow, but we'll see how we go. Because I really love Outer Wilds and I want to finish the main story of it. But anyway, here's my socials. If you're not already following me on Twitter, if you're not in my Discord, if you're not subscribed to my YouTube, if you're not following me on Instagram, if you've not liked my Facebook page, if you're not following me on TikTok, you're a shit cunt. Alright, thank you so kindly, folks. Be kind to yourselves and each other. I love your faces. And I'll see ya when I'm looking at ya.